Kjære alle sammen, alle sammen,
Morning,
Da vi klar til
ready
dag
for the
2.
second day of the Kirkenes Conference 2024. There's a problem with the sound.
Hallo, hallo. Dette akkurat som jobba I
Like when I worked with community TV. Now we're ready to start the second day of the Kirkenes Conference, and we have a great panel with panelists who will discuss the topic that everybody had on their agenda yesterday, which is how do we get to have people live up here in the north? And since we met yesterday, we have received figures showing that people are moving out of the high north. Also this year, if you do not consider the refugees from Ukraine who have moved in here. So we have both challenges and opportunities. And to kick off the second day, we will invite two who know this situation here in Finnmark County really well. One of them is the head of a business that before the full-scale invasion of Ukraine had their factory in Murmansk. He had to move. Now they are located here in Kirkenes. The second is a product manager for South Varanger Development.
De to skal gi oss et inntrykk av hva utfordringene
Please welcome Bård Gammes and Nina Greiner Iversen. Thank you. Well, Nina, it has been said that big cities are better than small places. Well, people in the cities are more efficient. We have lower they have lower CO2 emissions, and they exploit their resources better. They stimulate innovation and creation. So we are the future. People move out of the rural areas and into the big cities. It's a natural development, and then it's much better to live in the cities, and the weather is much better, at least further south. And there's no crisis if Eastern Finnmark is left void of people. No. Norway should go for bigger cities, and most of them should be in the south. Or? You don't agree, do you? No? No. Well, let's have a look at what the chief of police of Finnmark thinks about this issue. Presence and preparedness.
On Finnmark as one whole, and we need to have a better infrastructure. We need to have planes coming. We need to have important schools, education, infrastructure. Of course, we need all of those things so that we can have a resilient society here.
So if I hear you right, you say that we are not sitting here in Finnmark, we are not a resilient society.
That's right. I don't think we have enough resilience. The people are resilient,
Yeah.
but when we don't have jobs, the people will move further south. They will move to bigger cities as Tromsø, for instance, and they don't want to stay here in Finnmark.
Which means that you accelerate
Yes.
the lack of resilience, actually.
And that's why preparedness and readiness and resilience is so important to me.
Are you worried about the situation?
Yes, I'm a little bit worried about that. We recruit very eager and good people from schools from south, and they come here, but they don't stay because they don't have good enough infrastructure. They don't see that they have the possibilities that they have in the south of Norway.
That you probably I found at least 10 vacant positions.
Yes, and that's what we have all the time, and that's something that I see and I worry, of course, that there's always vacancy.
For ordens skyld, verken jeg eller Nina mener selvfølgelig at storby er bedre enn bygd. Men uavhengig av hva vi mener og andre måtte mene, så er dessverre tallene helt klare. Folk vil bo i by, og folk flytter fra distriktene.
Areas, also from Kirkenes, which is the best place in the world to live. So it's not unique to us that people move away, but maintaining the population in Eastern Finnmark is something that is unique. The reason why the chief of police here talks about resilience in the video is that she believes it's important for security policies that people live here in Eastern Finnmark. And we heard the prime minister and the county mayor and our local mayor, they all said the same. And if you take that perspective into the debate on people moving away, it's a national problem that Eastern Finnmark is being left void of people. So it's a national responsibility to counter that development. And there should be national support. And then what kind of measures should be implemented? I don't think you have a really simple answer or a single answer to this. We need to look at the totality, and so we need a new ambitious strategy to solve this. Bjørn mentioned yesterday a new strategy for Finnmark, for the county, and here I must say that because he is the county mayor for all of Finnmark. I believe we need to narrow this down. We need to look at East Finnmark and focus on what needs to be done there. And the ownership for that kind of strategy should be at the national level, of course, with close local involvement in the process. But we now need an overall plan that is across ministries in the south and also the different businesses and industries. What I've learned under the sanctions and moving from Russia back to Norway to establish Barrel, it is that the ministries in Norway, they do not speak to each other sufficiently well, and the distances from here to Oslo seem to be unsurmountable. The Prime Minister talked about the French weather forecast that cuts the map at 60 degrees latitude. And it seems to be the same for the Norwegian authority. We need a national roadmap so that we can walk together towards an even better future here in the north, and to create a good and thriving society. And to create good societies, we need export. Maybe exports of public services, but also, of course, of products from private business and industry, which is what we do at Barrel. We need growth engines because they produce knock-on effects. But to produce a growth engine here is fraught with challenges. We have larger distances, fewer people, and also we have a security policy situation. So it's not impossible, but it's difficult. Barrel, Kirkenes, Norsk Test, we have several good examples of export-oriented businesses that have no natural advantages of being here, but they are here, and we should support those businesses and find new ones. But then logistics, infrastructure, and other things to grease the machine need to be here, and that's a national responsibility. We want to work together with national authorities to lift our region, and then we need to have an overall plan so that we can work together. It should be focused and concrete and aimed at East Finnmark. That's where we find the problems. So there's no simple answer, but there's a lot of research, Nina, that can put us on the right track. Well, mainly there are three premises for a sustainable society: competence, infrastructure, and capital. But we know these things already, and it's pretty simple to say so. If we had had a recipe, we would have followed it, right? But what we can do is that we can use what we know in a good way to secure that we can live here and that we can have a good life also in the coming generations, and to secure sustainable development in East Finnmark and to secure the civil preparedness that Hat and others talk about. We need an overall integral effort with good local roots, but you also need some clear directions. We need engines to drive innovation and development, like Sør-Varanger Development, the University of Tromsø, the North University, the East Finnmark Knowledge Center, and others. And we need to think in terms of ecosystems and use incubators like Orinor, Innovation Norway, and others. And we must become better based on science and investigations, to do things to other and support each other, root for each other. Not only the Prime Minister said that people are decisive, the CD said this morning, and to have a good future in the north. Jonas talked a bit about to secure people moving here but wanting to live here. Is it the same thing that will make me want to live here as what will make you live here, want to live here? Probably not, but we have seen that the reasons why people move are more complex now than before, and the focus is much more on the social construction of villages and cities and towns, much more than before. And this influences where we want to live. We who live here in this region today, we have an enormous will to make an effort and to work together. We have this community spirit, and we want to secure good quality of life, attractive communities, secure good leisure time offers. And we are ready, but we need some support from all of you. You can look at how many organizations and associations do we have here, and compared to the population. We want to make visible the success histories and also the history of East Finnmark as the world's best place to live, because that's what we think, that's why we live here, but we need some help. So what do we need? Well, we need, again, predictability. We need long-term ideas about what East Finnmark should be to our country, not only through the plans, but through concrete support for education, for infrastructure that is enabling. It may be energy, like we mentioned yesterday, and new roads, lower prices for flights, more airports, and more students, and capital, which actually will cover the needs of the business community. We heard Sweden's and Finland's ministers of foreign affairs focus on education as an important parameter for the new North, what we actually are supposed to talk about at this conference. But the efforts must be put together with an integral idea. You cannot just throw some educational facilities here and there. From the report about youth in the North from 2020, we looked at what do the young people want? Why are they not here? I'm old, but what they talk about to speak on their behalf is that they want predictability. Wow, imagine that. They want predictability. They want something that makes them dare to stay here or dare return here. And that especially is something that has to do with education. But we should start paying attention to what the young people say. Thank you. Thank you very much, Nina and Bård. And Bård, he will return. He will participate in a panel a bit later. But this is a national responsibility, Bård and Nina said, to counter the trend that we are observing. And those who have power centrally, what do they say? We're going to hear from the government, which in January presented a report to the parliament. It's called People, Fish and Community. What is the role of the fisheries and the oceans in creating attractive communities in the north? Please welcome Cecilie Myrseth, Minister of Fisheries and Ocean Policy.
Sorry, the interpreters don't have any sound. All right. First, thank you very much for inviting me. It's great to be back in Kirkenes, so far to the north and east. But I also have to say that it's very special to be in Kirkenes because I am a true successor of the Barents collaboration, and especially in the present day, because so many big developments have happened. We have been able to achieve so much between people, and now we are in the midst of a situation that we are, and you really feel the consequences of this being close to the border. People are our most important resource, but it's also our biggest challenge in the north of Norway, because we don't have enough people. We have opportunities, plenty of them, but we lack people. And that is one of the biggest challenges that we face. How can we ensure that people stay, wants to live their lives here or return, and that even more people want to come here? That's the question and key to how we are to develop our local communities, and not least also develop knowledge and expertise going forward. Good, safe local communities are an important basic pillar for Norway, and that applies especially to South Varanger because it's very special in Norway and to Norway. Building and safeguarding communities along the coast will also safeguard us as a nation, which is important in a global perspective, especially as the world is becoming more turbulent, as we know, and we really feel that here. The north and Kirkenes have always been a center for international politics, but rarely as much as now. I understand that the situation with the sanctions also make it more challenging, and you know more about this than me because we have tried to remedy this by implementing support systems and packages, and we need to bear that in mind. But I think that the chief of police in Finnmark put this very aptly when she presented the challenges and what caused her concern, because they challenge many of us, because people must live here. We need to know that the schools have teachers, that the health services have nurses, and that there are sports and activities that can occupy us in our leisure time. And we need energy, and those are basic premises in all kinds of society. We need them too. We know that the population is graying. We know that we lack um, personnel and staff. We know that we do it in schools, in welfare services, in hospitals, and attracting new, competent personnel are really important, and we must educate them here, because that will be one of the best ways of making them stay if we educate them. I mean, I just joined you at dinner yesterday, so I didn't listen to all the presentations during the conference yesterday. And I'm quite sure that Jonas went through a lot of the good things that the government is doing. And it's clear we are doing a lot of good things. But I believe that it matters when you introduce free kindergarten places, that when you can write down your student's loan, that will strengthen a decentralized education. All the measures taken by the government and energy are important for the transition. We heard about that yesterday. But in order to promote investments in energy sector, especially for Finnmark, are vital in order to have vital and vivid societies. And the opportunities that we have in this part of the country, in Finnmark County, to the east, they are so many. I have also submitted a white paper on quotas, and normally they don't really are given that much attention as we have seen now. But people are important, and how can you ensure that you have jobs, industry, and people who live here for the wonderful resources that we have? How can we also ensure an equitable distribution of the resources just outside our doorstep? We need to have answers for this, and also to ensure that we have a coastal fleet that can engage in local fisheries and also ocean fisheries. That's important for jobs, but it's also important from a security policy perspective to have presence. And the goal of the fishing resources is, of course, that we should be able to fish eternally for a perpetual amount of time. And therefore, we have reduced quotas by 20%, and the same goes for crab. And of course, it matters. But it is important also in the longer term that we manage our fish stocks so that we can have fisheries for a long period of time. But it is important, it was mentioned yesterday and also this year, that we also have port policies. You will notice that we have now let the state take back the responsibility for the ports because there's been a lack of investments in the ports because of the uncertainty that we've had regarding ownership. But now we can start doing something about this. Tourism is something that is noticeable here in Kirkenes. You have tourists here, and therefore we need a proactive, forward-oriented policy for this. And the minister has also presented a roadmap in order to ensure a viable tourism industry. And we hope that you will notice and feel the results of this. Among other things, we also open the effects of, and also we will now open for visitors' contribution. And this is something that they also have elsewhere in Europe. And I mean, this is long overdue, if you ask me. But attractive local communities are all about being able to attract competence and labor. It is about ensuring equitable services. It is about to have offers regarding cultural services, recreational activities that stimulate for them. And you also need access to housing. And the business and industry in the North have great opportunities, but we need offers because it's very important when you are young to have cultural services. And for example, if people grow up here, then we want them to think that they want to return. I mean, it's good for young people to kind of mess around a bit, to find out what they want, and then hopefully come back with a partner and raise a family here. But there are great opportunities in northern Norway with the resources that we have, but we need to utilize them, and we need to make sure that we have enough people to make use of them. So I have the best of hopes and part of the country. And then I'm looking forward to what will happen here in Eastern Finnmark, which is so important for the entire country. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Minister of Fisheries and Ocean Policies. And we're already now receiving questions. If you have questions up here, text messages, you see the phone number up on the screens. When the Solberg government presented its white paper with regard to the northern areas in 2021, living attractiveness was a key word, but as we have heard, the trend is still negative. So, the leader of the Conservative Party, what are your thoughts on what's happening now? Please welcome Erna Solberg. Thank you so much. My microphone works, and that's good. It's really nice to be here. I've been here quite a few times. It's always nice to come here. And actually, that's my point of departure for what I want to say. I've been here. The first time I was here, 1991, the mine had closed down. Everything was depressive. Everything was difficult. I was here on the day there was a coup in Moscow. There was the Helsinki Commission, and the general mood was very negative. But I've been here many times after that. In 2009, amongst other things, they had reopened the mine. There was a lot of commerce. The activities were great. And the greatest problem was a lack of housing to receive all the people who came to live here. And that's not all that long ago. So my message is, even though things look bleak now, it's completely possible to change and turn around those kinds of situations and do things and get things going, because it's important to have the general conditions in place, but also the local systems need to be developed in a good way. Centralization is a trend we see in all countries, and it's an interesting perspective right now that the country that seems to have the most of the opposite development is Sweden. They have increased employment in the north, in part because they have mineral and energy policies that are different from the ones we have here. The area conflicts are perhaps less pronounced than in Norway, but Sweden, they are capable of doing more, so we have a change there. For a long time, they have had an extreme centralization policy. And that's the bad message. You're not the only ones who have this problem. Not only northern Norway have these problems of people moving away. Also, many rural areas in the south have the same problems if you disregard all the refugees coming in. And they say that, well, like the minister said, we need to mess around. We need to have more people here to this country because we don't have labor. And there will be a tougher fight for labor among the different parts of the country. And that's like the negative part. If you're too few people in this country, well, then the chances will be greater because we need more people. The second message is that this is a challenge Europe-wide. We have an aging population. Everybody's looking for more people. So this is a big issue. And strategically, it's incredibly important for Norway to have people living in this part of the country. We are close to the border, and also a lot of our resources are to be found along the coast, in rural areas of Norway. We can expand and develop them, but then we must dare to do so. We must dare to say that the resources we have, they're here. Well, we want to have more travel and tourism and more people to come here and look, but we also must dare to exploit our resources. If we don't dare to exploit them and think that Norway should be like a postcard, then that will be a challenge if we want to develop our society. And that's my point of departure. That is, there are lots of opportunities here. I've been a politician for many years. Some people will say that maybe too long, but I was also in Henningsvær when there was no fish there. And I was sent there as a young parliamentary member of the Conservative Party. Nobody else wanted to go there, so they sent me up there to be told off. If you go to Henningsvær now, there are too many people. There are limitations on tourism, etc. So you can turn around many communities on the basis of the resources and what is attractive about the different places. And innovative power is something that cannot be decided politically. We can facilitate it. We can present the conditions for it. But when you can have people pay to come to Kirkenes to pat a husky and drink bad coffee from a campfire, well, that's innovation. I've been up here many times. I think it's fantastic, and you should develop this even further because you get fantastic experiences here. And when we travel abroad, we would like to see how the locals live, and there are 10 families here that are meet the locals who talk about what it's like to live close to the Russian border. So you're exotic, and you should love it. You should embrace it. Now, to be a bit more serious about this, the challenge, well, I think we have potential for jobs, potential for contributing, creating new industries. We need to solve some of the conflicts regarding land here. We have energy, we have the sea. Yesterday I was at Hammerfest, how they've started cultivating sea kelp, and there are a lot of exciting opportunities, not only with fisheries, but also ocean resource policies that can provide us with many more opportunities. We need more of that. But access to labor will be the greatest challenge. And then we need to work on how do we get more people to come to these places. Many businesses will be restrained and restricted in their development because of a lack of of labor. Decentralized education is important, maybe not so like the first who will come here, the young people who would otherwise go to university. Many of those who are adults and need to retrain, they should be given an opportunity to be retrained and increase their skills. So, well, many young people want to try something else and go to some other place, so we should train the locals first, also the adults. And when we were in government, we looked at how, well, what about remote working in the public sector? That may make it easier for people to move back. We, in the Ministry of Trade and Commerce, we had some positions for lawyers. We had a lawyer working from Alta. You can live wherever. And so we want to have these job clusters, these government offices where you could have a center where people could sit and work together. And it's important because most families need both parents to work. And it will not be all that easy to move a directorate to Kirkenes, but maybe we can have jobs from the directors placed here. We need to work extremely much with the mindset of people in the public sector to have this become a reality, but we started doing so when we were in government, and it's still possible. And we had more good applicants when we said that you don't need to live in any particular place to apply for these jobs. And then we got applicants with good competence from completely different places than Oslo. So it's possible to do it in this way. And we come, well, we have really important natural resources, and we have to look at minerals. And that's why Sweden is doing better than Norway. They exploit the mineral resources. We have to find out how we can do this, so access to labor, to make sure that you have vocational training that is highly skilled. You need to also have more local ownership. And Cecilia and I, we differ in our opinion with regard to how we want to tax people. And if there's a lot of unpredictability for small and medium-sized businesses, we will not have a lot of investments. And it's investments in the rural areas that will disappear first. So it's important to have a predictable tax policy and educational policy, and then infrastructure. If you live far away from many other offers that you need and facilities that you need, well, it's important to have a solid hospital, a good hospital, but it's also important to have good infrastructure. So as a consequence, to me, it's important to say that we at the Conservative Party believe that transport and communication is an important field. That's why we wanted to use more oil money. We wanted to have tax reductions that would create more infrastructure investments. We want to increase people's competence. Now, the current government has a negative tendency. They reduce the amounts of the oil money used for investing in infrastructure and the like. So they are the first government to have a negative tendency with regard to oil money in these areas. Thank you.
All right, Anna Solberg, please stay on the stage. And then we also wanted to invite up our politicians and Bård Gamnes from Barrel Electronics and the Minister of Fisheries and Ocean Policy. What do you think about what you've heard so far? Well, many good points. And, I mean, we agree. I mean, the research are crystal clear, but there were some things that you didn't say. One thing is to talk about the problems, but one thing is also to break it down. And, I mean, sometimes if you have, for example, job vacancies that you publish, then maybe you get 20 applications. But maybe you should focus more about businesses such as my own, in all modesty, that want to be in rural areas. We have one local owner who is here, who wants to create activities here in Kirkenes. But what can you do in order to ensure that? Well, you have now 63 employees. You managed the transition. You have also moved, but you are also getting workers in from Russia. Yes, we have some that we can. We used to have 25 employees. We have moved about 20 jobs just outside of Kirkenes, what we have set up here. But you created a business and things are going okay, and this means also that there are acceptable framework conditions. You could say that, but compared to, for example, the south of Sweden, I mean, I went there in order to look for potential partners. But here, logistics, taxations, road infrastructure, I mean, it's so much easier. Solberg, I think that it is important. This is a society and activities, but here, if you're going to make it attractive for people to live here, you also need to think about the local employers and also how to attract capital, because if you live here, then you to invest in a community for more. And that also goes to the young. I mean, there was a minister who said that, all right, if we reduce taxes and capital tax, then we actually transfer more money to the just in Oslo. But 600 million kroner are generated from northern Norway in capital tax every year. So things are working well. Cecilia Musset. Yes, well, I mean, it's interesting to see that we switch easily to capital wealth tax. Because to many people in Norway, I mean, it's important to ensure the livelihood of businesses and also to ensure that individuals have more after paying tax. That is a strange angle. It is important that those who earn the most also contribute back, because that money goes to local communities. What happened during the past year, which may not have impacted the Kirkenes that much, but the resource tax on agriculture, all right, who benefits from that? Well, it means that those who make the most also contribute more. And the difference is not so much between the Conservatives' tax policy than others. But of course, in many cases, the Conservative Party have not been able to actually collect capital tax. So I don't see why they're talking too much about it. I just wanted to mention that. Well, what about you as a relatively neutral part? All right, capital wealth tax from on a scale from 1 to 10, how important is it to safeguard local communities? Well, I agree with both, actually. Well, I mean, here you polarize things so much. It's not as if it means just one thing. I mean, like you said, maybe you can shield some smaller businesses in rural areas, or maybe you can contribute in other ways. But there are many models for capital wealth tax. So I think that both of you have many good points. You simply need to sit down and discuss it. I mean, you are very good standing in the middle between them. All right. We seem to have a joint declaration here. We need the young people to mess around more. Well, I have a 6-week-old baby, so I'll think about it. There are things happening here. But I would also like to invite up another panelist. When the government also introduced a package last year, it is the head of the Socialist Left Party, and she has previously represented Finnmark in Parliament, Kirsti Bergstø. You have listened to what the other panelists said in their openings. What is your first comment? Oh, I mean, where do I start? Because when we listen to these debates about the opportunities in the north, etc., I think there's one thing that lacks, and that's the riches, the resources that we find just outside our window, and that should also be used to benefit the society and communities. There have been many hopes associated with the oil industry in the north. Multiple opinions about that. I would like us to stop exploring for oil. But there are two important. One thing is environmental consideration and preparedness to create jobs. And even though you have oil revenues in the billions, you can't really agree on the fact that you need to apply the Ten Commandments in the oil industry. You should not land oil. You should not create some ripple effects here. But there are not that many jobs in Hammerfest. But I think that we touch on this. See, when we have the resources and the riches just outside our window, and there are also some major questions and issues related to distribution of wealth that stem from the recently white paper about quotas. And you need to ensure that we have active fishermen that actually can fish the resources, because that is also how to ensure populations on land, and that is also a safeguard for young people. All right, I have a question from the hall. What do you think, especially the Ministry of Fisheries, to also get a duty to land catches here in order to make sure so that you reimpose the duty to land catches? Well, there are various and different opinions about that, if that is the way forward. It is important that more fish are landed here in order to create full-year jobs. But this is not only about the system, it's also about some of the measures that we propose in our white paper. We propose a redistribution of the quotas, where you move resources from the biggest trawlers to the smallest, and that will be felt in Finnmark County. I have received a lot of feedback about that. I've been visiting many of the coastal society recently, but one thing that we believe that we should look into more is if we can introduce a requirement for activities when it comes to fisheries of other species than cod. And it is important because we need full-year fisheries in order to safeguard jobs, and we want to look further into that possibility. Yes, and what I'm also happy is that we should also then negotiate a quota white paper that is focusing more about this, because fisheries, that's a question of distribution of wealth, and we need to ensure jobs onshore and also in the fisheries. But the restructuring that the Conservative Party have been responsibility about, that's all about buying and selling. And even though you want to start a career in fisheries, then we simply see that resources disappear out of this part of the country, and it's concentrated on the increasing few hands. Well, Anna Solberg, can you respond? Well, I think there's a shortage and shortcoming of the white paper that now came, that they don't really take the marketing aspects into account, because when you land the catches, it also needs to be processed, and you also need to see the implications in the entire network, because then now where you almost land the catches here, you do very simple processing here, and then you send it out. But in connection with the aquaculture industry, that will also include costs. The fact that we will also have cod fish farming will also enable us to stabilize the international market, because we have Carrefour that is interested, and that is the biggest retail chain for food, that they are also interested. And I mean, we need to see, because markets are important. Structuring can help Norwegian fisheries to become more attractive to fishermen. I mean, we need to promote the fisheries, and we also need to make sure that they have good pay. Well, wouldn't it be good for the pay for fishermen increase? Well, no, there are always some who win, and of course the big owners of that Anna is talking about that will benefit from such increases. But it's important to have good conditions for coastal fleet, and they want to talk about the regulation and the aquaculture and the fish farming fish. But we also have a lot of problems with escapism and disease. But you are criticized for having created a unpredictability with a 25% tax on salmon farming. There are two things. When it comes to aquaculture, I agree that we created unpredictability when we introduced the resource tax. It's not only that everything is predictable when the Conservatives introduce their policy measures, while if other sides also implement a different tax policy, then it's unpredictable. I don't agree with that. And also, people in aquaculture also make fairly good money. So I don't think that the fish farming industry will go under, even with the new resource tax. But in view of the white paper that we're dealing with now, there's one positive thing. Recruitment to fisheries is increasing. All right, here there is someone who is writing, how can young fishermen get a foothold in this market? I mean, there's only one fisherman under the age of 30 that have been able to buy quotas because the quota prices are so high. What we do see is that recruitment into the fisheries have increased. Many people want to become fishermen. I was also in the north, and I met an apprentice on board fishing vessels. There was one who had also wanted to invest in this, but now he wanted to buy a bigger boat, and of course it costs more. And then I also met a 17-year-old who had just left school because he wanted to fish, and he was now on his second fishing vessels, and he didn't have time to talk to me very much because he had to do fish. So, I mean, he was so enthusiastic, but one thing is that the structuring and the development have just gone too far. Well, what can we do? I have just presented a whole white paper that respond to some of the challenges. But I need to say, when we talk about unpredictability, all right, well, Anna Solberg resulted or created the unpredictability because they didn't resolve the matters that they ought to. And we have also some industry mentioned in the white paper, but probably not what the Conservatives expect. Well, all right, we'll need to leave the topic of fish now, because we also have two more panelists, and they also have some issues close to the heart. I would like to invite up Terje Hansen, the first deputy leader of Finnmark Progress Party. Well, you've been listening now to the other contribution here. What is your first response? Can you hear me? Good. Well, the point of departure is the regular polemics that we normally see from all the panels about this. I mean, I want people to take action. And in now the situation that we face in Russia and Ukraine, we have closed our borders, we have business and industry that face major challenges. And at the same time, we also have great access to resources. I mean, we heard about the contributions that I mentioned regarding tourism, regarding fisheries. But the problem is that we face an acute crisis, which is all about that we need here and now so that we can make our businesses survive. That is the challenges that we now face. I may also you say on the subject of roads and infrastructure, but we don't have the necessary capital to do maintenance on our roads during the winter, so we can't actually transport the fishes where it needs to go. So, I mean, we catch it, it's processed along the coast, and then we need to transport it to the east, where we have 75% of our customers. And logistics is a problem. And for those of you who don't know Terje, I mean, you are a local man and you are a self-employed man, and you are involved in transport and logistics. You see what's happening on the road. Well, I mean, we have transporting systems for dugout masses. That's our main activity. Well, what is the activity like in your field? Well, if we look at the local industry, it's very low. We are fully dependent on getting things out into the regular market. What is the regular market? Well, Kirkenes focuses on minerals. We have special expertise on that. And we also have attract people from all Scandinavia to come to work. Well, what is there a drive? There is a big drive in northern Sweden. If we compare ourselves to Västerbotten municipality and Northbotten, then there are 65,000 inhabitants, and we have some fewer. But they are going to invest like 1,000 billion over the next years in those areas.
Well, we have a major producer of steel, of pellets, and what they're doing in reality is that you make fossil-free steel. There's an investment of 400 billion, and the EU contribute with regard to, they contribute 173 billion. What would have been the most efficient measure to have this kind of development here in northern Norway, similar to that we see in northern Sweden? Well, as a point of departure, I was at the parliament 2 years ago. I delivered a proposal of 9 points with regard to mining. We need capital, we need a government investment fund, so that we have the possibility of realizing a Norwegian mineral strategy. We don't have that today. Finland, for instance, they started with 4 billion. Now they have 12 billion available, and they have created tens of thousands of jobs. They also have other things that have been done politically with regard to the employers' national insurance contribution. Now, with regard, you've talked about the sizes of investment. You said 1,000 million. Well, as is 1,000 billion. Well, it sounds like a lot of money. But I would like to tell you that when people, the young people, travel south in Oslo, you have 350,000 houses, and they cost on average 7.5 million. And when you buy, you have inflation, etc. You triple your investments. It's important, and to Oslo's inhabitants, it means that they can take out a 500 billion over a 30-year period as net profit, and that's like to give you some perspective. Now, we have received a comment here. If now is not the right time for the government to adopt measures for investments in Finnmark, especially East Finnmark, when will be the right time? That's a question. Does anybody want to answer? Is this a time? Well, the situation right now gives reason for special measures, but it's important to have good measures so that you know what to spend the money on, because you must measure not only what you invest, but also the effects of it. And one could be the mineral strategy here in Norway. It's a long-term project. You need to reduce processing times. You also have problems of the environment. And there have been difficult times for mining also because of environmental requirements. And of course, we have the area conflicts that we need to find solutions to and procedures for finding solutions to, because that stops quite a lot of developments in Finnmark. Is there anything to this? It's not only about a plan, or not only about money, but there are conflicts too. Well, in some industries, yes, not in my industry. We have like a factory where we work and that's it. But there's a lot of talk about the crisis and urgent measures, but we need to be long-term. If you want to have capital investments, they will not stay here for 2 years when you have urgent measures. They want to look long-term. Now, we have the last person of the panel. She is the head of the Red Party. Her name is Maria Sneve Martinussen, and she knows this place really well because she was born here. Hello. Maria. Now you have listened to what the others have said so far, and you told me before this that your first march was to save the hospital here in Kirkenes. Well, it's about the predictability that has been mentioned here by others. I've listened to this for a long time now, and as a politician, I really wanted to come up here and have my say. The most important thing is to stop thinking about this as a general rural policy, because we had the centralization tendencies in all of Norway, and you have a lot of rural areas that need policies. But there is something special about East Finnmark and Kirkenes. It's a special national responsibility. We cannot have everybody have policies for all parts of the country all the time, but because of the security situation here, Norway has colonized East Finnmark. They did so once upon a time and took this land and claimed this vis-à-vis Russia. And now we have to assume that responsibility with regard to the population. Well, predictability is really important. It's really crazy that you state here that it's really important that people live here. And half a year ago, they talked about closing down the hospital in Kirkenes. There is an eternal struggle to be able to keep the most important basis for birth, life, and death, which is the hospital here in Kirkenes. That was true in the 90s. Then the question was, should we have two hospitals in Finnmark or not? And for a couple of years ago, we had the same struggle, and now. But just the fact that this struggle has to be taken up time and time again. Well, if you're 28 years old, you have been messing around, and now you want to give birth to someone. You want to know that you can give birth safely at the hospital. It's not safe now. Well, it's Norway's best hospital, but the point is that when you have to struggle with your back against the wall to keep what you have instead of have clear political signals that tell you that it's really important, it's particularly important to keep this hospital, no matter what happens to the rest of the health services in Norway. We will have these health services in East Finnmark, and the same applies to other things. You need to have the predictability, because if people are going to build here, have their own dwelling, and establish themselves, you need to have a perspective not of 1 or 2 years, but 50 years. Now, where there's need for such a cross-political effort in this field, which is of importance for national security, well, what would you say about this? Well, I completely agree with Maria that when we talk about East Finnmark in particular, and Kirkenes also where we are now, you cannot compare this to rural policies in other parts of Norway, because South Varanger is a really special area. It is of particular importance, and East Finnmark the same. It's really important that we have vital communities here, because we also have the security policy dimension to it. And we know really well that this is the situation now. And there's a reason why we have cooperated for decades. We have the Barents cooperation. There's a reason why we got that in place. But the long-term perspectives, well, I agree that we need to think more long-term about what we're doing, because this current situation will not disappear tomorrow. We need to do this. And I cannot stay here and promise a package. You had the Prime Minister here yesterday, if you want promises. But now, just a final point. The hospital discussions are really demanding. I'm not the Minister for Health, but I have been a spokesperson for health policies. But we have the demographic picture up in northern Norway. We have a lot of elderly people and we have a big lack of professionals. But we have also said really clearly with regard to the situation in Kirkenes, it's of particular importance. Now, the Prime Minister was here yesterday and he says that now we will have an historic effort into defense. And then we talk about long-term perspectives on the civil side. Solberg, how realistic is it to have long-term efforts for putting more money into civil society? Well, let's start with health that you mentioned. We made a process with a national hospital plan. It was processed. It was a really difficult plan, but the entire purpose was not to have the yearly struggles and discussions. Should there be a hospital here or not? We said that now we have finished this discussion. Now the structure is supposed to stay this way. We have to work on other efforts and also recruitment. That was an important foundation for us, so we strengthened the hospital here, and we made sure that there would be a permanent presence of air transport helicopters to transport patients, so health preparedness is better in Kirkenes. It has been better in the past 5 years than ever before. And sometimes we should say that this is what the situation is like. And then it's also important to say that the reason why we focus on this is that we want to have predictability. If you all the time have discussions which hospital, which section should you close down, you will lose recruitment, and then the hospitals that have the greatest problems with recruitment will have even greater problems, and then nobody will move here. But there is a change of government. What about predictability? Well, that we had this national health plan we put in place, and it was a surprise to me that they did a new round with regard to that kind of structure, and because it affects the recruitment. Kirsti and Maria, well, predictability is really important, so I have an invitation to you. It's about making a better model for running hospitals than the current model with health trusts, because it's your situation in Finnmark, because you have a new building in Kirkenes and one in Hammerfest. A lot of money must be spent on paying the hospital buildings, and then there's less for operations, and we shouldn't do it this way. And we have secured additional funds for East Finnmark and this hospital because of the very special situation of East Finnmark. But otherwise, when we want to have money for securing hospitals, we see that this is against the health trust model. So we need to change things to make sure that the needs are covered and that we can have health services close to people, and more people can do like I did. Like I did. I had my kid born in Kirkenes after having been messing around. And that seems to be a recurrent topic here, messing around. Well, it's about having a plan that goes across different fields of society. We need a kind of pact to do this because you need, and in this perspective, East Finnmark has a special value. And when you make a national transport plan, the plans for transport and communication, the projects here must have higher priority than in other places of Norway. When you have a health plan and different allocations of funds, we also must take into consideration local communities and local democracies, because we have a magic construct here in Norway. The municipalities, they often know what is needed in their local community, and then you don't need parliamentarians to have an opinion, to have a place for young people, to have local music community. This is something I appreciated when I was there. And also associations and organizations for people, and for people to dare come here and test living here. Because that's the thing, it may seem to be a great leap for people if you are from southern Norway, or if you have married somebody who is from this place and you want to test out living in this place, then you need to have rental properties so you can rent a dwelling without having to buy, and more resources to municipalities would be the way to go. Terje, do you agree more resources to municipalities would be the way to go? Well, everything is connected to everything, as has been stated by a former prime minister, Gro Harlem Brundtland. Now, when inhabitants move out, we also have the financing of public services. It becomes ever more difficult, and ever more people have their gray hairs coming. I'm now live my third youth, as it were. But history repeats itself from before 1990. What was the reality was that the political goal was to have two hubs, South Varanger, Kirkenes, and South Varanger with the mining company. We need to return to that doctrine. But I think that this is a good debate. We depend on all of the fields that have been mentioned here, but what we need is actually a minister for the efforts to be put into northern Norway. It's time now not to talk about politics and visions. You have to open the wallet and start working on this. You want the National Strategy Board. Do you think that a special minister for the northern areas would have made a difference? Good question. Well, they would have to answer as to how they can get the best result. We also have the white papers, but we need to get started. But it's good to hear that everybody agrees that we need to have a special policy for East Finnmark. And if this is a special area, we need to do something special across ministries. That has been the problem. We have the Ministry for Health, and we have the local authorities, and coordination is difficult. Well, you have been a prime minister. You have, well, if I add up all the conferences, everybody wants their own ministers, so one should have 100 ministers. No, you need to have ministers that cooperate. You have to look at all. You need to cooperate within all fields. You cannot have one at the top. You need to have one who is responsible for coordination. What we did when we were in government was to include Northern Norway in the Northern Norway strategy, because before we looked at the strategies when we got to Russia, that was at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and also we had involvement of the Ministry for Local Government and Regional Development. But what we need is more private sector jobs. And it's good that you work with the public sector to have recruitment, etc., but you need to create a growth strategy for the private sector and jobs here, because that is what is sustainable long term. And that part of that has been lost recently. Now, there are lots of comments regard to this, but there's one comment from the public that I would like to include. It's for all of you. What kind of infrastructure is the most important one to put resources into here in East Finnmark? Brief answers, Kirsti. Brief answer to that question. Well, in priority, what is at the top of your priorities with regard to infrastructure? Well, you have different challenges in different fields. One evident one, it would be air transport routes, and important. The government has said that it's important to have cheap tickets, but they need to be regular flights with a certain frequency, because here it's like a bus. But also we have fisheries. But we also need to upgrade the regional roads. We have to protect against avalanches, and we need to have the tunnels. And not only women giving birth are in a hurry, but fish also is in a hurry when you want to transport fresh fish. And well, long term, we have the ports and the sea. That's the future. If we get the quotes back from the big trawlers and we have the fish, the catches landed, they need to go to port, and there's a lot that needs to be done. And you also need to have visionary plans like here in Kirkenes for the port. But long term, if you want to get there, you have to start. If Kirkenes is to be a hub for the Northern Sea passage, you need to adopt that position before it's occupied by somebody else. Well, I'm responsible for ports with international transport plans, so I think that the coastal infrastructure is perhaps the single most important thing. And I will not tell you what will be in the new national transport plan without the Minister of Transport and Communications being present. But having good port infrastructure is really important, and then we are delivering on that. There has been no development in recent years. Now we have gotten that going, and that's really important also for developments up north. Your number one, Terje. Well, I have a strong wish that politically one should also look at National Transport Plan and Finnmark. We get 0.4% of national transport plan allocations. It's just like a footnote. And airplanes, well, we need all kinds of infrastructure, but I would like to mention one thing that is quite close to our heart. It has to do with the Northern Sea Passage, to be able to transport goods through the Northern Passage. The current situation is that Sulis have about 50%. Well, we have the Panama Canal. There's too little water, so there are restrictions, and also the Red Sea. If you had the Northern Sea Passage now, instead of going around Cape of the Good Hope, we would reduce sailing times by 5 weeks. This would have been incredible input into the local community, but it's also a national responsibility to build that kind of infrastructure. So we need to have support at the highest political levels to be able to do this. And we miss feedback on this. Anna Solberg, one last contribution. My most important message is that somebody from Bergen should not direct infrastructure in Finnmark. We should listen to the politicians that come from Finnmark, from the county councils and from local communities with regard to the priorities, because we who are politicians at national level, maybe it's to keep roads open during the winter or other things that are the most important things. We should be better at looking at local priorities with regard to local communities and development. The Northern Passage, it's a really exciting project, but it goes along Russia all the way, and maybe short term the winter conditions will not allow us to use it. And we also have to think about the security aspects, but it would have been really important, really exciting. If we get there, it will change the situation in Kirkenes, but maybe that's not where our investments will pay off the most with the current security situation. Unfortunately, we have to close this debate. Thank you for very many good questions that we have not had to address to the panel, but thank you all, and thank you for the answers that you have provided to us. We're going to have a break at 11:15.
plassene. Og vi er klar til å starte opp. Vær snill og trekk inn og ta en plass. Så starter vi den nye sesjonen der vi skal gå løs på faktagrunnlag og se på muligheter her i distriktet. Og i forrige sesjon så hørte vi 2 lokale representanter si at vi trenger en strategi for hvordan få fart på Finnmark. Og mange har etterlyst kunnskap og fakta, og vi skal gå inn i det sporet nå og se på hva muligheter som finnes, og hva scenarier for Nord-Norge som er aktuelle. Hva er mulighetsrommet?
Opportunity window for Finnmark is we are expecting a new report from the knowledge cluster in Bodø, and we have the director of the knowledge park in Bodø. I see that I have a strong competitor in the pink donuts outside. But thank you for the invitation to come here. And the first question that I will try to answer is actually the question of the status quo in northern Norway. I come from a big knowledge cluster that is dealing with analysis and knowledge. We supply the whole Norway with our expertise, and Bodø, we spawn 90 new businesses a year, and we also provide services to small and bigger businesses. I would also like to thank you for also helping us with some of the opinion polls, because we also provide resources for polls. But we have a business index, and we have done that in collaboration with the university and hundreds of businesses who have helped collect information and to study the numbers. And we believe that we therefore have insight into the whole the circumpolar north, over to Alaska, Greenland, northern Sweden, northern Norway, northern Finland, and northern Russia, and the eastern part of Siberia. This has been a fascinating journey because we've faced many of the same problems, but sources are at the heart of the differences in success among the regions. There is a new report coming next week. Several of you have helped us, and we present scenarios for the business and industry in northern Norway in 1940, and we will be presenting it at the Nordland conference. But I would like to give you some insights before I leave you. Here you see the answer to the question, what's the status in northern Norway? And the answer is better than most other places. And if you look at this map here you see the economic cycle monitoring done by the Norwegian Central Bank. And we've seen that there's always been progress made compared to eastern Norway, where there has been a negative impact fact. There is a lot of demand for energy elsewhere in the world, but we have been incentivized by several stimulus. But there are two businesses with weak forecast, and that is in the businesses that will be building residential housing and for those who are going to build that. But we've had a housing shock. We've been subject to interest rate shock and energy shock. And what means that why the drive is rather big? You see here. There is high level of activity. There are many who are eager to invest in our part of the country. Many ventures, and the biggest project coming is the Johan Castberg project, where Equinor and start up next year. This is the biggest industrial project that has been implemented in northern Norway. The second is the Melkøya. Freyr battery plant is being constructed. Inside there's 12 centigrades, but there's not a single person inside. And these two projects are joint. And the reason for this is that they are located in the same country, but they have two different owners. And that is because the society, technology owners and investors and owners have different starting points. And that is part of the explanation. All right, as the Northern Party has had a better development in terms of productivity and wealth in Norway throughout this period, apart from in 2021, where we were all on steroids. That is COVID packages. But things work out. Thank you. I believe that one of the explanations to what we see here is that until 2019, we were a region driven by energy and fisheries resources, but gradually the renewables have also started to pull in the same direction as us. But we are doing better than we've ever done, and opportunities are also greater than ever before. So the question is, what about the greatest resource, namely the people here? Well, I mean, when COVID came, then people stopped coming and we hit rock bottom. But there was also less migration into Norway, and that lasted for some time, which resulted in fewer people coming to the north of Norway. Now we've seen an increase, and that is unfortunately because of the dreadful war in Ukraine. But this means that we receive new people to our part of the country. Maybe we have a net increase of 4,000 people for 2023. But even though we see this graph that is real, we are still kind of losing people. Here you see the trend. This is from 2022, and this is how the migration pattern for people from northern Norway looks like. If you are in the red, you have run away. If you're in the green, then you have come here. And if you are purple, then you have immigrated from abroad, and if you're yellow, you have run away abroad. If we had had a population growth in this part and net sustainability, we would be in the red instead of the green. For example, in some years, like in 2023, we have a positive influx. Other times we have negative. But if you look at the age bracket of 23 between 36, that the age group that you should focus on. You should have had free kindergarten. You should have had a contribution to attract them. You should help them move. For example, you should, in other countries, you have, for example, free housing for the first year. You may have your moving expenses covered, and if you run away afterwards, you will get a hefty tax bill because it costs millions for society, this process, because we lose 4,280, even though we see positive statistics. If we only look at those who were born in Finnmark, minimum of here in Finnmark, were born like 18 years ago, well, we see that we are the negative. Well, we heard that you were advised to mess about with, but we see that too few people do it, or maybe there are not any interesting people to mess about with. But here, recently, 2026 is the peak year for the 2040 group, but the only tool we have is positive immigration and development of activities here that applies to northern Norway and Tromsø and basically the whole of country. But 34,000, just look at the numbers. That is the prediction. If we are, the same as we are now, because, birth rates are decreasing. All right, what is interesting, there's no lack of opportunities for northern Norway. There are 23 billion projects coming for investments in the green industry of around 30s. But if we don't do anything, then we must expect that nothing much will happen, and that the greatest opportunities will be in the transport, health and care and sectors, and maybe we will have some more jobs related to fisheries and maybe also to fish farming. But most businesses will go about their business as before, but nothing much will happen. But if we imagine that this is not particularly attractive, and we also took a look at Sweden earlier, and then we need a Petter Larsson. We need an envoy from the Norwegian government who can take a special responsibility for the northern region. If we have that, then maybe we can be allowed to do more of what we already do, more oil and gas, more for example, offshore wind, more tourism, and more wind and energy. But that is also something that you can talk more about at the next week's conference. And also, if we can make resources more available, for example, offshore wind, then of course are attractive resources. Because, there are some people who choose this, some choose that. But one thing is that it takes quite a lot to we can attract green industry, green minerals, offshore, an increase in the cultural services, and also kelp-based industries. But then we need renewable resources, and then we cannot, for example, have 67 protests against each project. Then you need a Petter Larsson. But also, the pilot study in Europe for green societal production that can contribute to the needs of the entire Europe. But then you need framework conditions, you need a tax regime, you need resources, you need foreign owners that are allowed to invest here without complaining about the salary, because we don't want people to run away to Switzerland. And that may be difficult to achieve. This means that maybe we can hear from Svein Eggesvik to hear what it's been like to be the host of some of the battery plants. I mean, it must have been challenging, but we need to gear up in order to address this debate and participate. I also took a picture of a Euro and some wind turbines here. But here you also see a bird and a happy Norwegian. Well, maybe there's a Swede here too. And a seagull that looks happy. But we need to not lock ourselves into just one model. We need to be open to possibilities regarding green transitions. I mean, what do we call that in Norway? We have one term for it in the US, another one in Europe. But what do we call it here? Thank you, Alan.
Now, before you leave us, Ellen, I have to ask you the following question, because you mentioned briefly what is happening in Sweden now, where they have the greatest growth ever. People are moving in. They want to increase it up to 100,000, which would be a substantial increase in the population. And they're on their way to that goal. And if you want to get the same momentum here in Northern Norway, what would be the kickstart? Well, the kickstart would be for us to be managed to have more of these very interesting projects for Northern Norway up and running, to get from the innovation phase to a scale-up phase to the marketing phase. If we do that, we will have the same effect here, and that we use the energy that we have and the new one coming up. Well, the difference between a data center and a battery factory would be about 1,500 person years. Trade would double the export value from this part of Norway. And as Freyr, you see other companies are moving to the USA, where you have the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, changing the general conditions. Can we compete with that? Is that realistic? We've done that many times. We have built industries within oil and gas, chemistry, metals. So the Norwegian state has been a central owner, has later withdrawn and shared its ownership with others. We have all of these big national industries, and we wouldn't have had oil and gas industries if not for the state taking an active role. So this is possible. It's necessary. If not, we cannot expect things to be what they are today, and we would come here back in 10 years and quarrel again. Okay, thank you. I have to run to catch a flight. Thank you for giving us these insights. And we are going to look at the opportunities. Can we learn from northern Sweden, for instance? A lot of Norwegians have gone there to study the situation. One is the president of the County Council of Nordland County, Svein Eggesvik. You're welcome, Svein. We've heard a lot about what's happening on the other side of the border. You went there to have a look. What's going on there in Sweden? Well, before we only went to Sweden for holidays, but now we go there to look at what kind of industry they are building there. And what they have been doing to a large extent is that they get a lot of new energy, that is energy through wind turbines and water. That's what they're mainly doing. And then they have been able to coordinate a lot vis-à-vis the state, the government. So the state participates in the projects, the investment project. In addition, well, Skellefteå municipality is also a special municipality. They have their own energy company. They have a lot of energy, and they've used this, for instance, for battery industries. And the experience of meeting people over there now, what's that like? Well, it's kind of the opposite of what we find in northern Norway, and perhaps particularly here in Finnmark County. The problem over there is that they have too many people coming there to applying for jobs. In Skellefteå alone, the population increased by 1,200 persons, and they need to get them dwellings. Skellefteå municipality experienced the depopulation for a long time, and they emptied the hinterlands of Skellefteå. It's a pretty big municipality. So the villages were emptied, people started living, all of them in the town, but now they have to, people are returning to the villages because they don't have sufficient housing in the town. Well, that's kind of a problem to have, absolutely. And what can you take home with you? Well, what we can take home with us back to Norway is that, in any case, energy, when oil and gas will disappear, we need to go further into energy, and we need to use energy for industrial development and as many jobs as possible locally. We're doing this here through the aquaculture industry in northern Norway. We have a lot of local jobs surrounding the aquaculture. They don't move people in and out of this part of the country, so we have a sustainable industry. We also need to do this with the manufacturing industry. We need more energy, and we need to use it for creating local jobs and also for exports. And when this large-scale build-up has happened on the Swedish side of the border, has that been without conflicts with regard to the use of areas? Well, you have conflicts there as well, but in a better way they've been able to do this. You don't have as a polarized debate as in Norway. And through the Swedish coordination, the processes have been much swifter. It's more of everything faster in Norway. Everything that has to do with energy and energy buildup is too slow. We need to change that. We're going to look at somebody else who's focused on this. Please stay here, and then we have Innovation Norway Arctic with a special assignment for East Finnmark. We have Øyvind Haga. He is a regional director. And when we heard the locals here stating what they need capital, infrastructure, and competence. And let's start with the capital part. Innovation Norway has a lot of expectations aimed at it. What can actually contribute? Well, when you talk about Innovation Norway, it's often people often get dollar signs in their eye. The capital we can contribute, and capital is incredibly important. It's an important building block. But capital alone is not sufficient for building industry, and for manufacturing you need a lot of other things. We need competence, not only about what we're going to make, but also competence with regard to how to be able to sell what we produce. We're good at building stuff and producing stuff, manufacturing advanced things, but we're not all that good at selling these things to customers and understanding what markets need. And then we have this startup phase that Innovation Norway has a traditional for being good at. And then we have Sweden, 1,000 billions are to be put into this effort. What does that sound like to you? Well, they're in a different league. We work with small and medium-sized companies very often, and that is what we have the most of up in northern Norway. And then there's this question of capital. We have narratives, one capital in northern Norway. The second narrative is that there's always money to be found for good projects, and both things are important and right. The capital, it's only capital that will be used in different ways. Do you agree from your perspective that we have both these narratives? Yes, it's true. But there is too little strategic thinking from the government level with regard to the large projects. As an example, Freyr was mentioned. There you are outsmarted by the USA, and you need to think differently. Perhaps like we did when we started with the oil industry, where you get all the money back. All the money spent on exploration if you find explorable areas. And then perhaps you should think in the same way, like Bullock said, perhaps the government has to participate in the startup phase to get industries going, and then they're on their own. And perhaps they have to pay more tax once they get going, like we did, and we still do with the oil and gas industry. What about in Innovation Norway? What can you offer as regards East Finnmark? Well, one thing is that we have a dedicated person working only with East Finnmark. He's not the only person working with East Finnmark, but he has the dedicated responsibility for it, and we have the entire apparatus, Innovation Norway Arctic, and also nationally and internationally. There are too few companies that are on the international arenas when you're out there, when ambassadors open doors. We have a bit too few companies from our region participating and being present. So we work to try to change that. So you want more applications, do you? We want more applications. We want more companies that have ambitions of growing, both in Norway regionally, but also internationally. Bård was up here earlier today, and probably I've heard that they have been nominated as one of 10 candidates for the export prize. So this shows that it's possible to do things, and we want more of these companies that have ambitions of having sales outside of their own region. Now we're going to get somebody up here who represents the competence part that was mentioned. So what people want is capital, infrastructure, and competence. And we have the head of the Coastal Development Center. He's in the midst of this, Ole Øvretveit. Please welcome Ole Øvretveit, head of the Norwegian Coast Development Center. Ole, you are in Kirkenes, and you're heading a pilot project. What are you looking at? Well, the Coast Development Center is to be a connecting box, a bridge builder between technology communities and research communities. And we want to pull the people towards this place from other parts of Norway. And the competence that is developed, technologies, knowledge, etc., we want this to put into processes all along the coast. Because Norway is an ocean country, and our entire history and our successes have been built on the combination of marine resources and technology or knowledge of the people living along the coast. But you have those who have projects or want to have technological assistance, do they contact you for help? Well, that may happen, but we are out there talking to different companies. We initiate processes. We have workshops. We invite students to hackathons, solving challenges of local businesses. So we have different methodologies that we use, competence centered around what's happening here in Kirkenes, in South Varanger, in East Finnmark, to lift the level of competence and knowledge technology into processes. What I often say is that we connect smart people along the coast with smart people in other sectors. And this center was based on ideas from the University of Science and Technology. Yes, we have done this we have connected them to the South Varanger Development Center, so we have 3 million for testing the pilot here in East Finnmark. So we have different initiatives, but still, Erling Bullevåg showed us that lots of things are going well, but as regards the population numbers, we are not doing so well. Svein, from your perspective, if you were to look the time forward 10 to 20 years ahead for East Finnmark, what do you think would have the greatest effect to increase the population numbers? Well, what would be most efficient? I'm one driver here in the north, which will increase. It's the defense that will be really important, and the defense in Finnmark and also here in East Finnmark, you have to address this in the right way. That will be a driver. And education is also incredibly important. You need to train people with the right skills. That's completely decisive, because if you have people with the right skills and competence, you can also develop the business community. And also we need to develop further new industries. And then you need energy. Now, if you look at the military build-up that Jonas Gahr Støre talked about, yes, Where does Innovation Norway fit into that? Are there opportunities that you see here within the apparatus surrounding the Norwegian defense? Well, I do see opportunities, absolutely. And there are several elements there with regard to deliveries to the Norwegian defense. We're not necessarily talking about open technology and those things, but things are to function. There are to be deliveries and supplies. It's important to understand what is required by the defense if you want to be a good supplier to get good business for the Norwegian defense. And like we do in other fields, within ocean wind, we have no ocean wind here in principle, but we need to build the competencies to get good Norwegian suppliers, and the same is true of the defense forces. Well, there's a historical build-up that we're going to start now on the defense side. Are there opportunities there in your eyes? Absolutely. We have a very exciting opportunity with regard to technology supplies, with regard to NATO and that organization, their efforts into dual use to technology. That is technology for both civil and defense purposes. And I think we have the opportunity to adopt a very exciting decision with regard to Arctic climate cold conditions. And I would also like to ask about infrastructure, the same question I asked the politicians. What is the very most important infrastructure to build up or to get in place right now? Well, I may start. Well, I'm a politician, so I will give a politician's answer. A lot of everything. But there's no doubt that the defense will be a driving force for transport and communications, and you need to improve both roads and railroads where that's possible. So I would also like to state that we need to have a railroad from Kirkenes to Finland, just so that we have more legs to stand on, quite simply. I would like to say that in addition to electricity, areas and all of those things, land, places where people can develop ideas together. And so I am looking with a lot of pleasure at things that are happening in Kirkenes specifically, but also other places in East Finnmark in our entire region. Companies get together, businesses create things together that is larger than the sum of the individual parts. We look at health technology, marine sector, key industries. This is happening. Ole. Well, I'm good that he addressed this because then I can address something else that's important on our part. Digital infrastructure. We are in the process of establishing a VR center, which is much more than just a physical room. It's an environment for technological entrepreneurship and development. And it's a really important project to us. And since we are well, today the public is not as international as yesterday, but at an international conference, I would present a challenge. We have the Barn Secretariat. It moved from Russia, and we have a project cooperation with Sweden and Finland in that sense, and that's really great. But we need to have matching with regard to other countries. We need to have matches with other countries so that you can have projects implemented. We have the position of Kirkenes in this region. It's a border region, and the cooperation. Well, we have technology development, and we also have gaming development in Finland. That also has a potential. Well, we will present your challenges to the public. Thank you very much for your participation.
And next, we'll focus on education. 18,000 students breach with Russia. I mean, 50 collaboration agreement has been lost by the university, therefore they have devised. And for new partners, Dag Rune Olsen are with us, the rector of the University of Tromsø, the Arctic University. Thank you. I don't know what you think, but I'm just extremely happy with the Prime Minister's speech yesterday, and also the praise that he gave from my hometown of how that is relevant for Kirkenes conference. Well, you could discuss that, but I was happy to hear it. I mean, I think actually that in terms of population, my town of Røros is more or less the same as Kirkenes. Could a conference like Kirkenes conference have been hosted by Røros with attracting the current Prime Minister, previous Prime Minister, top ambassadors and representatives from the other countries, and also the chief? No. I mean, it's not as if I'm not willing to talk to my politicians, but this only shows the significance of Kirkenes. And that has also been a key factor for the University of Tromsø. We came here in 1988 when we offered education in the Russian language. And why was that? Well, because the location is so close to the Russian border. It's strategically important. It's important.
Så for 2 år siden vet vi at om ikke på denne dagen, men altså natta til andre konferanser.
Between the first and second day of the conference, Russia invaded Ukraine, and the situation completely changed also for our university that had 50 collaboration agreements with the Russian universities. And this is no longer relevant and won't be for the foreseeable future. But this means that the need to understand our closest neighbor, Russia, is less. But we want to offer Russian language training so that, for example, the services of the Norwegian defense can develop their skills in Russia because they know Russian, but also it depends that we can help contribute to the overall geopolitical analysis. Therefore, it's important that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs have devoted resources to this, and we have been given the responsibility for the High North, and therefore we want to collect knowledge about this region and also make it available for the whole of Norway when they design their policies and politics for the High North. That is important for us, and it's also part of our societal responsibility. Many have said that the change in the geopolitical situation have also led to changes in the Norwegian defense and also the armament that we heard the Prime Minister talk about yesterday. This also represents opportunities for us. The Defense Commission has talked about change in pace for the defense developments, but we have also been collaborating with the Norwegian defense regarding the training of recruits over some years. And we envision that that will be increasingly important. We will be cooperating with the defense on expertise and competence, and also engage in pilot projects with the defense when you kind of provide more or less boot training camps for people who have not been through boot camp or training in the defense. And with camps spread over 11 locations in the north of Norway, we are well equipped to provide the need for training. Research is important. We heard about public, and private and the defense. We will see more of this. And this may also see that some projects that would earlier have been used only in the civil sector can now also be used in the defense sector. But also cybersecurity is important. That's a topic that we focus on, and that is also important for the Norwegian defense. We collaborate with the Norwegian Defense Research Establishment. And here, AI is important because some of this knowledge is generic. It can apply it in the civil sector, but it also a military factor here. And these are important. And this is already ventures and investments that the defense are planning. We are here to discuss the new North. And some time back, maybe if we go back 1.5 years or so, then I read that our Crown Prince and the Crown Princess visited their peers in Sweden. They spearheaded in business delegations that were talking about investments in the north. I talked to some of the head of industries. Did you participate in that journey? No, they didn't. They went from south to south in Sweden to discuss what were happening in the north. We believe that it's important to take back the discussion, to discuss matters where things need to be happening. We have designed 3.0 strategy. The North is an important focus area for us, and within the Barents Euro-Arctic collaboration, this is a spot-on venture. We collaborate well with the universities in Sweden and Finland through the Arctic 5. And we believe that this could also be a platform, a foundation to develop business cooperations between East and West. Also, energy cooperations with expectation of the green transitions is an obvious opportunity. There are challenges, but also joint possibilities. But we also see that there are expedient progress in Sweden and Finland. But are we able to tap into what's happening in Sweden and Finland to also generate developments in the north of Norway? I think that it would be more fruitful to discuss this along the northern axis across the three countries than looking at it from a southern perspective. And of course, a basis for population and defense and cooperations are strongly interrelated, and therefore we believe that the Arctic 5 extended between university, but that we can expand it to the political arena to strengthen developments. That would also strengthen the development of our societies and our resilience. We have earlier heard that climate change is happening more quickly here than in the south. And if we look at the forecast temperature maps, I mean, it gives rise for concern. How do we handle it? I won't comment on that now, but I simply want to point out that it has already had consequences for the ecosystem and will continue to have that regardless of our success in limiting temperature increases. It's also been important for us to have access to data from Russia, which makes up 40% of the Arctic, are no longer available, and they will not be available to us in the foreseeable future. Therefore, it is important to take care of and further develop the data that we have. We have a co-op project in Svalbard, and that is monitoring of the societies and ecosystems. And that is also important in order to provide the basis for good advice to our politicians regarding the management of these areas. And I'm happy to see that 20 million have been allocated over the national budget by the Norwegian Parliament to continue the monitoring project. And understanding the consequences are decisive of understanding the consequences for Finnmark, but also for the north of Norway in general. And this is also pointed to as a very good project by the Arctic Council. We have provided input regarding this. We had discussions with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with this before they launched their platform. COAT is a monitoring system that fits very well into the ecosystem and environmental system that the Norwegian presidency have put on the agenda. What I believe is most important to take away from this, apart from the fact that Røros will not be able to host a conference like the Kirkenes conference, is the cooperations in the political arena. We can get knowledge from there. We have been present in Kirkenes for a long time, and therefore we were very enthusiastic when our minister earlier was tasked with establishing new studies. We have a teacher education program, we have a nursing program, and we will continue with offering entrepreneurship and related studies. So in the new Baron House, there are spaces and locations for such developments. One question before you leave us, Dag Rune, is that at the University of Tromsø, you have been investing heavily in the collaborations with Russia over time, and now you've lost it. Does it feel that all this has been wasted? Well, many people say that, and they say that the Russia cooperations and people-to-people contacts failed absolutely. But I think that is all wrong. We helped establish and also develop a medical training program in Arkhangelsk and also other programs, and therefore we contributed to them. And all the people who benefited from it will not see this as wasted. Maybe we didn't cross the finish line in terms of our political ambition with the Russian-Norwegian collaboration, but this doesn't mean that the whole venture failed. Thank you very much with all your future plans on the restructuring and investments. Thank you.
The Sami University College is the only place where you offer training in the Sami language from beginner's level to PhDs, and now they have more applicants than ever. The rector has sent to a boarding school as a child with minimum contact with her family. Please welcome Mrs. Zombie. Liv Inger Zombie, rector of the Sami University of Applied Sciences, speaking in Sami. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to get here to Kirkenes, to listen to many exciting and important topics. But at the same time, it is also my task to remind you that when we talk about the North, developments in the North, it's important to cater to Sami rights, indigenous people's rights, and do things in such a way that you don't wind up in a situation that will create a lot of stress. I would like to talk about Sami Avlaskola, the Sami school, and I would like for you to learn one word before I leave, which is Boris. That's the way we greet each other. So I say Boris, I greet, and you should answer Gihto. Sami Avlaskola is a university college that covers the educational needs for the entire Sápmi, the Sami country. And I will talk about the status with regard to cooperation, research, and education, how we have been working in the past 34 years and the past 50 years. Sami's Science Center in Guavdagueno, Kautokeino in Norwegian. It's a pan-Sami or all-Sami institution with students from the Sami area. And as has been mentioned by Cyril as well, we are the only ones in the entire world offering Sami, Northern Sami, from beginner's level to PhD level. And we also offer language training in North Sami and in South Sami. And then it's the Nord University that has received the honor of taking care of the Lule Sami language training, which we think is great. As mentioned, we are the smallest university college of this country, but we are a really important institution in an indigenous context. We have about 200 students currently from many different countries. We have Sami students from Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Russia. And never before have we had as many Russian Sami students as in this academic year. We have 100-person staff from 3 countries. Our greatest challenge is recruitment. The recruitment basis is fragile within the Sami community, so we are working hard to recruit more. We want to think in terms of innovation and creating new opportunities. We know that the Sami community has great needs, and there's a great need for having competence within the Sami language. Our vision, I think it's really nice, is Sami University for the Sapmi of the future, and that we shall contribute towards covering the needs for knowledge that exist in the Sami community. Now, when you're at the Sami Aula Skolo, what is it like? Well, Sami is the language of instruction. Sami is the language of scientific investigation. We also have English as a language of research, and also the Nordic languages. And Sami is the administrative language, so the students and employees who come to us, we agree with those who start working with us that within 3 years you need to learn Sami. So we get competent people from other areas, and they learn Sami and they start teaching in our mother tongue. Now, what do we offer? I want to just give you some indications of what you can offer. Sami language, Sami teacher education, Sami preschool teacher education. We also have Geology and design, both at the bachelor and master's level. That is traditional Sami crafts and design. I was at another university where one of our PhD students took a PhD degree in Geology and design. There was a Sami from the Finnish side who completed the PhD thesis, making now a difference at our place after she completed her studies. We have studies within reindeer herding. We have cooperation with the University of Tromsø with regard to Sami nursing education, and we also offer traditional knowledge, and we also have a range of indigenous topics. We also had a master's degree in indigenous journalism. 3 years ago, we had students from the USA, Brazil, the Netherlands, Greenland, Tanzania, Kenya, and there was a master's program. This was a master's program in English, so that is also something we offer. Now, briefly about what is important also for you to take on board when we close the seminar today is the task as a truth and the tasks of the Truth and Reconciliation Commissions in 3 countries, Norway, Sweden, and Finland. I was a member of the Norwegian Commission. We were appointed by the Norwegian Parliament in June 2018, and we submitted our report on the 1st of June of last year. The mandate was consisted of 3 parts. 1, to do historical mapping, consequences of Norwegianization of the Sami and those of Finnish origin, the Kvens and the Forest Finns. And we had to look at the consequences of those politics with regard to Samis, the Forest Finns and the Kvens. And we had to propose important measures for reconciliation between the majority population and the 3 population groups. I have also cooperated with the other commissions in Sweden and Finland, and we talked about the importance of emphasizing reconciliation and higher education. This is a picture that I'm not really all that fond of, and there's a reason for that. It's the boarding school life. When I look at the consequences of Norwegianization, all of the children that were sent to boarding schools, all the things that we... And now we're talking about lifting knowledge. Well, we lost a lot of knowledge when we were placed in boarding schools. Children who had to do on their own, that there were children that had a hard time because they didn't manage the school situation, and often they had to speak something else than their mother tongue language. So many children now, when they are adults, have said, what is the reason why the Sami community keeps shut about the boarding life school? And it has been difficult even for me to talk about it, because you learned how to manage your own problems for 9 years, all on your own. The Truth Commission says this clearly, and this again has consequences for higher education, that the school was a tool for promoting the Norwegianization policies. You were forced to speak Norwegian, and the Norwegianization policies were in practice continued until around 1990. And currently, we're talking about Norwegianization processes. So the times of assimilation of the Sami are not over. So it's important that educational institutions across the borders cooperate. We should create reconciliation through increasing competence and knowledge. Here are our cooperation partners. University of Tromsø, that is Norway's Arctic University, the Nord University, and there we have a general cooperation agreement with Nord University. We will also sign a similar agreement with UIT. We have University of Oulu. We have the Lappi University in Rovaniemi, Finland. We have the Sami parliaments in Norway, Sweden, and Finland. And we have Sami municipalities. We also have international agreements and cooperation partners. And it's really important from an indigenous people's perspective. We have cooperation with universities both in Canada, the USA, Hawaii, New Zealand, Australia, and Greenland. And this is important when we're going to participate in furthering our future as indigenous institutions. Sami School is also approved as an indigenous educational institution. We've gone through a lengthy process for being accredited as such. Now, briefly about research. We have had Sami research for 50 years, and the Nordic Sami Institute was established in 1974. It is now part of the Sami University College, and I agree with Dag Rune and what he said about the importance of strengthening research and Sami research together with the University of Tromsø, Nord University, and the other institutions I've mentioned. We have established the Sami AI Lab and Artificial Intelligence. It's one of the professors from UIT, Lars Ailo Bongo, who is professor at our institution. So we cooperate with increasing the competence that we need. So we need new and updated research, and here we need to cooperate cross-border, and we also need to include indigenous institutions. I choose not to speak about the challenges, the current challenges, when we look at the northern areas. But we have been paying attention to the debate today and the many elements that we will bring back to our University College of Ologito.
Thank you very much, leaving it. First a question, because it may surprise many people that you have a lot of students from Russia now. What's the reason? Well, there is a reason, namely that Russian Sami youth would like to study in Norway to avoid the situation that they face. And we also get feedback how difficult it is to be Sami and an indigenous individual in Russia. And like they say, there's a big black cloud hanging over our heads. They've come to us to learn Sami. Some of them have already reached bachelor levels, and and we are taking good care of them.
Delte du litt
You
av
also
din
shared
egen
some of your
erfaring
own
i å bli
personal
sendt utenlands.
experience with us being sent to boarding school when you were 7 years old. Now this is a subject for research. What does it do with you? Yes, because this is like a huge block in my life, because there's been a culture of silence about the life in the boarding schools. So I'm looking forward to us developing good research projects about how the boarding school system has also hampered the Sápmi community. Also, the fact that this has prevailed is things because, for example, when I was a member of the Truth Commission, then, of course, I got a flashback. Every time someone mentioned the word boarding school, I got a flashback. But everyone we met during the 5-year period of the projects, then many said that we need to address what happened. And they've said, we've lost so much knowledge, so much experience while we were at the boarding schools, because we were left to fend for ourselves. I don't remember, for example, that a teacher came and said, come, let's do homework, or let me help study. In the afternoon, we were sitting in the classrooms. The older pupils helped the younger one, and that's how we were able to get through it. So this culture of silence from the life in boarding schools have really marked our lives. Many have great dark traumas because of it. There were many things that happened with us. So may I also come with a positive education, because when we talk about Sápmi courses and education, we visited the Barents house in Kirkenes. We had almost 50 applicants to a beginner's course in Sápmi. Only 15 started. But now to come to Barents house and listen to the pupils and students who had now started to speak in Sápmi, we were so proud for what we have achieved. And the fact that so many have come to us today and said that, come to Northern Troms, come to Alta, come to Porsanger, we need more courses in the Sápmi language. And that is the path forward to reconciliation. Thank you for coming and sharing all this with us. Kristo. Next, we'll go to Nord University with the main administration in Bodø and 8 campuses spread around. They had High North Logistics in Kirkenes. We have the rector from the Nord University with us here, Hanne Eleonora Solheim Hansen. Please welcome her on stage.
Thank you so much. I thought I would do this in English. Now
people have been using the headphones, and now I think you can get a little relief on them. So I'll continue in English. Thank you so much for inviting me here. It is a great pleasure to be here. It's the first time at the Kirkenes conference. But I've been living in Kirkenes for a couple of years, and it's the first time I'm back, so I'm moving around here. I'm going to talk a bit about cooperation. And first of all, why is it so important for us to do cooperation, and particularly here in the north? I think the one and most important reason for that is the complexity of the issues and challenges we have. We're going to make a society that is have a zero emission. We're going to build sustainable, socially sustainable, economically sustainable, and ecologically sustainable societies, and avoid all the overstepping that we've been doing with the indigenous people. That we're going to do, and maintain a high level of welfare. Those are really wicked problems. And we've heard some of the solutions today, but there is a great need for many, many different solutions. And to actually obtain that, we have to cooperate. There's absolutely no way we can do it otherwise. And there's no one of us that is sitting with the one solution for these problems. We have to do it together. And then there's been discussed earlier how important is strategic, what a strategic important region this is. Nord University is located in Nordland and Trøndelag, and we are 8 campuses. We have about 11,000 students. Our strategy is based around these 4 strategic areas. It's blue and green growth, it's sustainable innovation and entrepreneurship, it is health, welfare, and education, and it's public security. All of those 4 are within the national long-term research and higher education plan. That means those are 4 areas out of 6 that we will need new competence, we would need new solutions to solve the issues of the society in the future. Therefore, we are continuing to strengthen our society, strengthening our research and education within these 4 areas, and they will not go out of fashion. When we are in the north, it very easily becomes a picture of the circumpolar. I could say, working in Trøndelag also, there's actually people in Trøndelag asking what does circumpolar means. And that's interesting because it means that the perspective that you have when you work in the north is actually a little bit different because you automatically think circumpolar. And there's a list of some of the universities that we are cooperating with, and some of the framework for that cooperation is the UArctic. UArctic is an association or network of universities, circumpolar. Some institutions are in the Arctic, but not all. Other institutions are also doing research on the Arctic, even though they're not located in the Arctic. UArctic is a very important network that we would like to continue working in, and the core of that is really a thematic network where research is being performed and new knowledge is gained based on the knowledge circumpolar within different areas. Nord University are leading 4 or 5 of those networks, and UET is leading another part of these, but many big, good networks. 2 of our centers that we are very proud of and that where we really have the High Nord focus is the High Nord Center for Business and Governance. And I think that is really important. If we look at how we have used the research funding in the Arctic, about 90% has been devoted to natural science. We need those money for that. But we also need to emphasize and use some money on the social and business development. And there is a lack of, what you see, performance interest when it comes to national funding. However, our Center for High Nord Business and Governance has been working really hard with this and worked also with Russia on as long as that was allowed. Then we have a High Nord Dialogue, which is an arena, a little similar to Kirkenes conference, where we actually really cooperate and where we have a dialogue among the different circumpolar institutions. And one of the main issues there is that if you look around here, how many are under 30? Not very many. In the High Nord Dialogue, we put a high emphasis on having a lot of youngsters because we need the young people to contain that dialogue and participate in the dialogue so they own the challenges that we all have. Then we have the High Nord Center for Logistics, which is located here in Kirkenes, where we do research and communication around the North Sea route. And even though I heard Anna suggested that it was not what you see a challenge or a thing we could be using very much in the near future, it can be in a long future. Then the Sami, and it was fantastic to listen to you, Liv Inger. Very touching. And I can say another good story is that we see also for our Sami starting courses that there is a lot of interest for those. For the first time this year, we have had waiting lists also for South Sami and Lule Sami starting courses. So there is a great interest in the society now. Here we are cooperating with the other universities that have already presented their state of art. And we keep working on this. We have established a Center for Sami and Indigenous Studies to gather this. We have all our 8 campuses are located in Sápmi. We have a national responsibility for the South and Lule Sami higher education within culture and language, and therefore this is a big issue for us. We want to continue this work. And together with UiT and the Sami Alderskuvla, we are now also developing an application for a PhD education school, which is needed. We have created a lot of meeting places. When Bodø has the European status for capital culture, we have 7 big conferences we are going to organize. The Arctic Congress is a combination of 3 conferences. It is the EU-Arctic Conference, it's the High North Dialogue, and it's also the International Arctic Association of Sociologists. But the whole clue about this is the same as this conference. Bringing people together is really a smart thing to do because we communicate and we start to solve the problems together. Now, if we turn the world around and look further south, we have another important network for us, and that's a university alliance where we are connected with 8 universities where we have marine and maritime focus as a common issue. But we are developing joint degrees, we are doing research together, and we are increasing the mobility. This is very important work for us and will change the way we are doing education with European institutions in the future. And then to prove a little step of what we do in the more concrete things, today we are going to sign an agreement with the Sør-Varanger municipality exactly to cooperate much closer with our Center for High North Logistics. We look forward to that. And all of this we do because we want to build knowledge for the future generations in the North. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'll stick to English as you
That's lovely.
started. Yeah. This cooperation agreement with Sør-Varanger, can you tell us a little bit about what is going to happen?
Well, it is, first of all, we are located here, and we need to cooperate both in developing more education, but we also need to have a host, and if we're going to cooperate on, for example, preparedness, then it's very useful and needed to be in tight cooperation with the municipalities. We have many of the cooperations with the other municipalities where they are the host for our locations, and it's very important both for the students where we have more students, but also where we do research to have it focused on the areas that are of specific interest to them. Mm.
And then you mentioned several times international cooperation, and we know how the government decision to introduce school fees for international students have hit many universities. How is that affecting your work on international cooperation?
Very hard. And I think also for the other universities here, this is really hard. And I'm really glad that the Sami Alderskuvla has been allowed to take Russian students in. It is really hard because it takes away a lot of interesting students. And first of all, we lose students, but we also lose a lot of the international perspectives that we have at the campuses. So it affects us twice. Yeah.
So let's send the message out to everyone, and thank you so much for coming and telling us about Nord Universitet.
Thank you.
Og da det klart
We are now ready for
lunsj.
lunch break. And one important piece of information, be back on time because we will start and continue the program at 1 p.m. sharp, and that is
Hallo, god ettermiddag. Velkommen tilbake.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome back after lunch. Somebody is going to talk here about the green shift. I have 3 gentlemen with me who are going to contribute to this debate on the green shift. How many have heard about hydrogen? Lift your hand. Raise your hand. You've heard about hydrogen, have you? Yeah, sure. Who can say they know hydrogen? 3 or 4. Hydrogen is something that everybody's heard about, but few people know a lot about. Jens Berge, you are the head of Norwegian Hydrogen. You are the CEO. What is hydrogen? Well, precisely what you saw here is symptomatic, I feel, for the hydrogen debate in Norway. When you've talked a lot about the topic in public debates for many years, well, then in the end, people are afraid to raise their hand and say, I don't know what you're talking about. Hydrogen is not an energy in itself, it's an energy carrier. What does it mean? Well, the source of hydrogen might be, well, when you talk about the green hydrogen, that's renewable energy. And this means that the source of the energy, if you think about oil and gas, for instance, that comes from carbons, fossil fuels in the ground. And you know a lot about this, most of you. You can also make hydrogen from that, but when the source of hydrogen, if you use hydrocarbons from the seabed for that hydrogen, those are hydrocarbons. But the energy carriers would be diesel, gasoline, etc. And the same with hydrogen. It's a molecule that brings electric energy with you. And that might be solar, wind, maybe geothermal, or hydropower. And then you produce energy, and that energy is stored in the hydrogen molecule, and then the hydrogen molecule is more or less like a battery. Can you see hydrogen? No. No, it's odorless and it's colorless. But you can see gasoline, but you can't see hydrogen, can you? No, you don't. But think battery. Hydrogen is a kind of way of storing electric energy, like a battery can store electric energy, and it can be transported. Can you run anything on hydrogen? Yes, but it's not sensible. We also have to explain that, but I think that with hydrogen, there are people who are trying to sell hydrogen for everything that can move. But if we talk about green hydrogen produced with renewable energy, if you have a net and can connect a cable or a transformer station, that's the best way of using energy directly. And then you have batteries. I would not recommend people to go to hydrogen if you can use a battery. But you sell hydrogen, and now you're talking back. You're talking down your industry. No, we're talking it up. But all of those who cannot use direct energy or batteries in a sensible way should use hydrogen. And at Norwegian Hydrogen, we have started building facilities. We have started production this year. And in Denmark, we're going to sell it for the production of proteins, generating heat from the hydrogen. In Norway, we have just signed a contract with the contractor Veidekke for making green asphalt. But you can also use it as a fuel for ships and heavy vehicles where you cannot use battery. So it's better than diesel and oil, but it's worse than electricity. It's not better or worse. Oil and gas, fossil, that we have to get rid of that as quickly as possible. We have to move away from it. And then we have different alternatives. One are completely zero. We have green hydrogen, then we have blue hydrogen. But that also depends on oil and gas. But quickly, you told me that you have 3 colors, the main colors, but you have 10 different colors of hydrogen. You have pink, now you have yellow and white. That's what you find in formations underground. And that's not really something that you can exploit commercially for now. And we don't have nuclear power and seabed production of hydrogen, so we can disregard them. So we're talking about blue, green, and gray. Blue comes from natural gas, and then you use vapor, and then you get gray hydrogen. That's what is used a lot. You also produce ammonia. And then, of course, now, as long as we have oil and gas industry and we have Norwegian oil and gas industry, but you remove the carbon to make blue hydrogen. And that's a much better alternative than the gray one. What we are doing, which I think we should do much more in Norway, and where we have a good example of a world leader in Berlevåg, is green. You produce hydrogen with renewable energy, and then you have zero emissions. That's what we're doing. What projects do you have in northern Norway now? We have made investment decisions only in Norway and in western Norway, Møre and Romsdal, and in Sweden. In northern Norway, we have the project pipeline. We are looking at sites. We are looking for access to energy. We have that in Narvik. And then we have some interesting discussions in Finnmark County, both in Nordland, Troms, and Finnmark County. We have a project portfolio that we're developing, but we're not a company that talks about mega projects and then we wait until the whole world is ready. We have those kind of projects as well. But this is the only thing we do. We have big investors. We have Mitsui, and we have Fortescue from Australia. They have invested in us because they want to participate in projects taking place here and now. And when we burn through millions per month and we have a big team working on this, then we are in a hurry. We are pressed for time, and that's why we want to do like we're doing now to promote this. And it's important when we get started because we have little time. And people are moving really slowly in Norway. Who moves slowly here? Well, people are collectively slow with regard to moving here. There are also some people who do act quickly, but we have in Norway, we have things that are well thought through, the systems, but the problem is that the measures and means, they don't have the effect they're supposed to have. We have innovation, research, support, energy economization, but sometimes and pretty often, they allocate funds, but they don't trigger any project startup. Now we have had money allocated for green hydrogen. Until 1 month ago, none of those who received the 2.1 billion said no, thank you, because we don't have the funds to meet that. We have Birion, a company that does hydrogen for heavy transport in Sweden. They support up to 100% of capex to get the infrastructure in place. In Norway, it's in the 30s, 30-something percent. The green hydrogen that you talk about, well, you would have to establish a lot of wind turbines. What about the area conflicts that have been mentioned here? Well, I have thoughts about it, but as a company and a representative of the company, I don't want to speak on that. Well, in Norway, we have a green network, a green grid, a green network. In the European Union, you have a classification of the grid that you have in the country or in a specific region. If you have more than 90% renewables in your network, the EU classifies this as a green. NVE says that they have 90% renewable share of electricity in the grid, and you can just connect to this. And in Denmark, we have a project that is ready for operation. There we have wind turbines on the neighboring plot, and nobody is bothered by that. Nobody has anything against it. So there we cooperate with a pure wind turbine park. Okay, of course, but in Norway you have resistance to that. Well, there are many other places where you can put this. We don't want to enter into conflicts. We want to work directly with a wind park developer if there's no conflict. Okay, interesting. It's not because we are cowards, but We have sufficient problems apart from any wind turbine neighbor problems. Christer Lindqvist, welcome to Kirkenes. You come from Sweden. Christer Lindqvist, you may be soon the new owner of Sydvaranger Mine. Your company, Grangex, they want to acquire the mine for $33 million US. That's about 330 million Swedish or Norwegian NOK. How are you doing? Well, we are in the final stages of financing the acquisition. We think we will be able to do it shortly. Do you have enough money to buy the mine? Well, there is money in the system, sure. But as you know, we also have a great partner, Anglo-American, the world's largest and best iron ore producer, I would say. They have realized that Scandinavia has the best conditions for producing so-called green iron ore for green transition. Green mining? Yes, green mining. Green mining for green transition of the steel industry. And this is South Varanger's and Kirkenes's future. It's this. This is the ore. It's unique worldwide. This is what is needed for the green steel transition in Europe. And there's this is almost not to be found in anywhere. So you have it in central Sweden, northern Sweden, and northern Norway, but no other place can you find this green iron ore. On your website, you write that you strive to become a leader within mineral development in Europe with a focus on responsible exploitation and recirculation, contributing to better climate, etc., sustainability. And you have insects crawling there, and there are some children drawing on the floor, and there are some photos of a railroad, etc. But what is the green about digging into nature? How does green mining function in practice? We need minerals for the transition for the climate crisis. We need minerals, and they are to be dug up where that activity is the least destructive. We do this in old existing mines before we start with new mines. And in our case, the production that is done of this green iron ore should have as little impact as possible. We cannot avoid disturbing nature. That can never happen if you're going to survive the climate crisis. And that's the existential threat we have again to my children, my grandchildren, to all of us. And then everybody must contribute. The mines that exist and that must be operated, well, that's a duty upon us, a duty towards future generations. And South Varanger is the mine in Europe that is best suited. Well, it has gone bankrupt twice in the pretty near past. How can you avoid that happening again? It was closed down in 2015, yes, but the conditions now are different. We have the climate crisis. The requirement for high-grade iron ore has never been stronger, and the demand is higher than the supply, and that is what will happen also in the future. So everything that can be operated will be operated. It applies to mines in Sweden and also here in South Varanger. It's the third largest European iron ore mine that can produce high-grade iron ore for the necessary transition. It was the Swedes who found and who opened the South Varanger iron ore mine back in the days in 1907 or around those dates. So the circle has come. You've come full circle. Would it be possible to open it as a green field today? Well, as a green field, probably not. But if you look at the installations, the facilities that are already in place, and you have the fjords and the mountains here, then it would be much more difficult to do it now as a green field. But now a lot of the big investments have been done also in infrastructure, and so it's about reusing that. It's also a duty. We need to recycle and reuse those investments. As regards to area conflicts and indigenous interests, I make reference to northern Sweden. You also have major issues of LKAB at Kiruna. It's true, there are conflicts there. And this is a polarized situation. We see that in Sweden. But let me say one more time, it's a duty to make sure that we can transition our industry in some way. You cannot stop development. We need more minerals where minerals can be produced responsibly, and that's where we have good environmental legislation. We have that in Norway, in Sweden, in Scandinavia, and also in Western Europe. We cannot export our need to Africa or other places where they do not have sustainable mining development. We can do that here. We also have the fantastic possibility now at South Varanger to start up here. You told me earlier that national interest must be more important than local and personal interest. Yes. And the reason for that, especially up here, is that there are two reasons. One is the climate issue, and we have to reduce CO2 emissions. We need green hydrogen. We need the right kind of iron ore, and you can't find it many other places than here. And this iron ore is a national property. It's Norwegian property. It belongs to the state of Norway, and it should be used to make life better for Norway, but also for Europe, first and foremost. That's one thing. And then personal interests maybe need to adapt a bit. What are personal interests? Well, I'm referring to stakeholders, different groups of stakeholders. But of course, there are area conflicts, and then you must be able to discuss them and find good solutions. In Sweden, we have had very strong oppositions and conflicts, and that will slow down developments. And we've heard that there's a history where the Sami population has had to yield, and one must be sufficiently generous, or rather understand, that everybody should be on board. We need to be able to coexist to survive the climate crisis. To think that Sami and indigenous interests are part of the personal interests, well, they're part of the population. Of course, they are a people, or a part of a population like any other part, but they have the culture. They've always lived up here, so there's a culturally important. That's an important cultural interest that must be taken into consideration. Thank God that South Varanger is an existing mine, but opening up new mines would be a major challenge. And why do you think that's the case when everybody says we need more minerals? Well, I'm really happy that I don't need to deal with that issue, at least for now. But we must be humble in English, because everybody must take part. Everybody must be on board. All of us use this one, mobile phone. Everybody sits with this one. Nobody reads a newspaper today, a paper or a print newspaper. This is what you use, the mobile phone. And in them, there's so many minerals that need to be found. Do you want to refrain from having this mobile phone? Well, that's the question. So then the question is, what is important in life, long term? Responsible mineral exploitation makes it possible to produce these mobile phones. Here we have rare earth minerals. There are many critical metals like the EU have identified as critical, and that must be exploited locally in Europe, because if not, we will be at the mercy of totalitarian states. We see that resource nationalism is on the at the forefront, and then everybody in Europe needs to participate. Well, Serbian Dale, you work at the municipality here, and you have been tasked with making the municipality green. And there's a decision by the municipal council that the cars should run on electricity, not diesel and gasoline. That is the municipalities' cars, local government cars. What is it like to have electric cars that have to go all the way up to Pasvik? Well, there are environmental requirements and the green shift, and then you need to adapt that to where you are. If you look at the decision that they want there to be zero-emission cars, then you have to think about this, maybe in Kirkenes, maybe all the way out to Bjørnevann, you can do that. But then there's a risk. If there's a risk for health and lives, perhaps you have a nurse that is going to attend to somebody. Well, range anxiety is an issue, is it? Yes. But talking about hydrogen, we have Kirkenes port. We are talking about a new ice-breaking vessel, and then we're looking at one where perhaps we can use hydrogen as the energy carriers. So we might be an end user of this green hydrogen. The green mine that is to be opened at Bjørnevatn. What is your attitude to it within the municipality? You would have to ask him. You would have to ask the mayor, maybe. But the reopening of the mine, what would be the importance for this municipality? Well, of course, there are large knock-on effects. I don't know how many people you think will be working there, 300 to 400? Yes, maybe 3 or up to 450. Let's say that 200 of them need to move to Kirkenes and settle down here and work here. Then we will have tax revenue for the municipality. That's absolutely a positive. And then how? Well, 12% of the taxes will be revenue for the municipality. So if you have 200 new ones, let's say if you have 500,000 as an annual salary, we will receive 50 or 60,000 in tax from the municipality, and then you can just multiply it by maybe 200. So we would have substantial knock-on effects. You wanted the floor? Well, the employment effect is larger than 450, probably more than 1,000 persons, because you also have the indirect employment effects. That's one thing. And then in addition, South Varanger, once it gets started, there will be another economic engine. There will be about a turnover about 3 billion Norwegian kroner per year, and there will be costs of about 1.5 billion per year, and this rotates mainly within the local community. And this will create a lot of demand as well, so that's also important. I would like to add that the green mine is one part, but it's the effect of this product. 1 ton, or let me put it this way, the production up here, when it starts, will save 3.5 million tons of CO2 per year. That's the effect of starting up the mine here. What does that mean? 3.5 million tons. The steel process will be able to use hydrogen instead of coal in the steel production, and then you reduce the CO2 emissions. Is it replaced, or will it be in addition? It will replace. That's the effect of it. So when we start the mines, this will start in the mines here in South Varanger. LKAB can do this in Sweden, Landebura in southern Sweden, but really few sites can do this. So it's really important to get this started. So the local effect will be on the economy, but there's also a large CO2 effect with regard to European emissions. It's about almost 10% effect compared to Norway's total emissions of CO2. That will be the effect from the South Varanger mine. And very few know this fact. And that's why it's so important. There's a duty, actually. It's a duty to get this mine started again. Do you have other old mines that you would like to buy and reopen? Yes. Yes, we have one in Sweden, the Dannemora mine, it will be opened again. 1 million tons. Here we can produce up to 4 million tons. So we will be able to be a large producer. Next to LKAB, we will be the second largest producer in Europe. And this will be a great contributor to the green transition. And these are big words. I mean, you almost have to open this mine to save the world. Yeah, well, it's a duty. Everything that can be opened with this quality must be done to reduce to the CO2 emissions by half and fulfill the Paris Agreement. And Norway is a signatory to that agreement as well. So by producing this high quality ore, you can do that. So there's actually no competitors for this, because the mineral is where it is, yes. And as the Prime Minister said yesterday, we have the geography we have, but we also have the geology that we have. And then, as it happens, the mine is here in Kirkenes, and that's a fantastic engine just waiting to be studied, an economic engine or driving force that will create sustainability, credibility, and security, I might say. Because you create a society and a community with a sustainable economy, and not only one receiving support from Oslo, subsidies. The mine in South Varanger hasn't always been free of conflicts. There will always be local challenges when you reopen a mine, the deposits from the mine. Is it easy to reopen this mine, or will there be new conflict? Well, I think it will cause debate, but again, it's not my field of responsibility, so this must be taken to a higher level than my pay grade. And you are going to relate to the green shift on a daily basis at local level. And you talked about the importance of having granted what are green credits. Green credits, what are they? When we talk about procurement, we do procurements for hundreds of millions per year, and then you have a set of rules that apply to those procurements. An incentive for us is what they call green credits. That is, if you have sustainable investments, etc., and if you have low emission new buildings, then you will have better conditions with the banks. You get the interest is lowered by 0.1 percentage point. It's not all that much, but when we plan major investments, we want to fulfill the requirements for green loans, green credits, so that you get better financing conditions. For instance, a new school, if you're going to build a new school, that might be one of those examples. Yes. Well, I will not talk about the technical part, but the technical requirements, like the technical regulations from 2017, they cover those requirements. But also when you do project planning and engineering of new buildings, you should build them in such a way that you would qualify for green loans. But will the additional planning and requirements maybe consume the advantage? Well, that may be, but we have to look at the sustainability and use new solutions. It sounds more expensive at the outset, but there is a cost to making this transition. You want the floor? Well, we have a green growth loan from Innovation Norway of 30 million. So this is a system that exists together with other measures. Well, I can't speak about mines or buildings, but in our industry, this is available. This is necessary, but it's available also in Finnmark. If a green project, hydrogen, and also the charger infrastructure, which is in the end a success in Finnmark. But it's important to get started. Electricity, if you want to have green mobility in your town, and people want to have this at the port, and you want to have this at the mine, you have to start. But you can't wait until you have more energy and have the hydrogen structure. Can you make hydrogen for him? Yes, I can promise that I can do that. For him, there are many examples. But again, if you can use batteries, batteries do so, but there are many sectors in Finnmark that cannot run on batteries. They are too heavy, too long charging times, continuous operation. And then you also have the cold temperatures at lower battery capacity. So Troms and Finnmark and also Svalbard, they are in a special situation. All of the small vehicles should run on batteries that runs quite well. But here in the north, there's a lot to state that you should use hydrogen for also smaller vehicles. And they exist in Berlevåg. They have a hydrogen factory that has been there for years. And then in Norway, you have to tick off certain boxes to get subsidies and support for getting started. And they have tried to communicate with the national authorities to get started with the production of green hydrogen, but there is no national capacity to state that this is a good opportunity. This would be the world's northernmost green hydrogen factory. But despite the enormous national ambitions, the national authorities are not capable of taking that example, stating that fantastic dialogue. Just go ahead. Here you have the funds for doing it. Well, you could have told this to the Prime Minister yesterday. I've told it to many ministers, but it doesn't help. Okay, thank you for this conversation. Thank you to all three of you.
Ja, det ei somling.
All right. I mean, there is a very slow pace. Many people have said, and Prime Minister Jonas Gahr Støre came with a clear message. We need more power. We need more grid. So what's the status, and what is the pace in developments really like? We will put this question to the research director of NORS. He is here to contribute. Please welcome Rune Storvold. All right, so what's the status? This is the current energy situation illustrated. Here, if you look at this map, we see the Scandinavian grid. And we also see that there's a lot of grid in the south of Sweden and also in elsewhere in Norway. But we also see that even though we may have a surplus in the north of Norway, we are not able to transport energy to other areas. We see that we have a generation of 27 terawatt hours, and any exports will be either sent to Sweden or central Norway. All right, we also see a breakdown of the consumption of energy. Industry 52%, households and agriculture 28%, and services the rest. But new applications have been sent to Statnett for a total of 35 terawatt hours, one-third of the current consumption. But, I mean, this may not happen as a matter of course. It's also dependent on energy prices. Hydrogen production alone is estimated to result in a demand for 17 terawatt hours by 24 hours. This is also what we now use, and a doubling of 17 terawatt hours by 2050. We've heard a lot about Melkøya. Electrification will consume 3.5 terawatt hours. It's important, but it's not that much in the overall scheme of things. Electrification of the entire continental shelf activities in Norway, the petroleum sector, are expected to imply a maximum of 20 hours in 2035, which will be reduced to 13 terawatt hours in 2050. There are also applications for a tie-in in the production of 4.5 terawatt hours, but we also have a potential for energy conservation of 1.5 terawatt hours. And if we sum up, we will quickly end up with a negative result before 2030. But we also know that there's a lot of uncertainty associated with industrial ventures in Narvik and also battery plants. But then we have Sweden. Sweden has been mentioned, LKAB. There they planned an increase of 20 terawatt hours per year in 2030, and by 2040, 50 terawatt hours, and there are applications for 70 terawatt hours per year, and that is a tripling of what we consume in northern Norway. And they have already developed more than 20 terawatt hours of wind generation, and we also see that wind is not that stable, so therefore it needs to be combined with hydropower, and therefore that may also impact northern Norway when it comes to the demand and prices. What is the production cost for new energy? Here we see estimates of various types of energy. We see land-based wind power is the cheapest development from a developmental point of view, and then hydropower, and then solar powers, and then we also see the fixed bottom offshore wind, and then the floating offshore wind at the top. But then we see it will be reduced down to 70 øre when the technology matures. And if we look at the estimates for changes in the energy mix, we see that hydropower is the biggest part of the pie, but there are also a lot of conflicts associated with hydropower. It may look as if the amount of hydropower produced will be reduced, but it's not the case because there will be an increase in the overall consumption. What about nuclear power? Here we see small modular reactors, SMR. Is that a hype or is it reality? It's been said that it takes 5 to 10 years before they will be commercially available. There are 80 different manufacturers that offer different designs, but the challenge don't have any regulations for such power, so it will take a lot of regulatory work in order to pave the way for nuclear power. And if we compare it with other renewables, is that it also has some advantages, but the cost is estimated to be between 65 øre or 100 øre per kilowatt hours. And most likely we would be able to start up such a phase in 2040. So it won't help us to reach the goals by 2030, but maybe onward goals. But we also see the prices and estimates have increased recently. Area conflicts have been mentioned several times today. There are many considerations to take into account when it comes to wind power developments. That also applies to offshore wind compared to other power types and hydropower. We also say that, all right, we need to look at area resources. Can we build it alongside the roads? Well, some say no, but we can. But we also need to consider grid capacities and other stakeholders' use, and also social acceptance, and also look at the needs of other stakeholders, reindeer herding, and also how infrastructure developments will impact such projects, for example, building roads, etc. And of course, if we look at offshore wind, then fisheries will come into the energy mix, and also, for example, waves, etc. So the situation is highly complex. But how can we arrive at the optimum way of producing energy with a minimal amount of conflicts? Here we can also look at the weighting of various groups of criteria. Here we see wind resources and techno-economic resources, fisheries, but also environmental considerations. And we have also heard about all these vulnerable areas that we also find at sea, and we need to take all of them into account. We can't have projects that are too exposed to weather conditions. So we add all these data into the calculations, but also the energy mix, and we need to make projections going towards 2030 and 2050. But we also need 50-year perspective and try to look at the most optimum solutions. The black is here the areas that are too deep in order to be developed. But we see that along the coast of Troms and Finnmark are attractive areas to potentially develop for offshore wind purposes too. But here we also mentioned the grid system, because it's not unimportant where you decide to develop these projects, because we need to have a grid. Grids needs to be renewed and upgraded, but there are also limitations to them, and that also poses conflicts both in terms of area and costs when it comes to further developments. But today we have a primary grid, a linear grid, but we are now moving to a non-linear grid. I mean, we have solar cell generations on roofs and on the ground. We have battery banks. We will have e-vehicles that we can connect to these various systems, and we also see the household network to the right. But there are also requirements to a future grid. It needs to be smart. It needs to be able to handle energy going both ways. And we also see the vulnerability in northern Norway with a planned farm. Then we also need to see that that may pose major problems. So we need to build a grid, a smartness in the grid, but that also creates vulnerability. So we face many challenges, but as researchers, we say that there are a lot to address, many interesting solutions to be found, and hopefully we hope that there will be a debate around all these aspects during the next decade, when we will be designing the energy and power grids for the future. Thank you. Thank you for giving us a good overview, Rune. We will try to zoom in the grid aspect. I mean, you mentioned that this might be a bottleneck. We have Jens Betsy, the head of the Barents Net. All right. Do you see the same vulnerability as Rune says in the grid? The chief of police in Finnmark also mentioned the same. We need redundancy. What's the situation in respect of the grid from an expert view? The situation seemed to be increasingly contentional. I think that's the best way of saying it. As we see that there is an increase in digitalization and also automation. So a lack of deliveries will be an increasing problem. But we also have vulnerable input into the area. And this means that lead times will be important. But at least in the region where we are now, that we have a more distributed power generation in the area, so we can save the situation. But the vulnerability that they point to in the surrounding grid is important. All right, you have a strong voice, but please use the microphone for the benefit of our digital listeners. Do I need to repeat myself? No. But what are the challenges? The challenges that we have an absolute bottleneck in the transmission grid in Finnmark and also into northern Norway. I mean, the big generation production that we have can mainly be attributed to Nordland County. And we therefore see also that a lot of the industry is concentrated around it. But in Troms and Finnmark, especially in eastern Finnmark, then a lot of the problems are linked to absolute bottlenecks. We have a situation, a grid situation, which implies that it will be increasingly difficult to maintain supplies. And when we've heard so much about how critical it is to have operations in this area and the importance for our nation, what will it take to put it out of operation? Well, I could say a lot because I also have some roles within public security, but I'm not allowed to say very much about this. But I think that it also underpins the situation of the criticality of it all. I have a long career in this sector, but there have been different problems at different times. And I mean, I won't say that we are nowhere near finding solutions, because we are, but these issues have been raised for a long time in many different contexts, and I hope that we are now nearer a solution. When you look at this from a research perspective, do you agree with what was said earlier, namely that the pace is too slow to sort out these bottlenecks? Yes, there are many challenges involved in developing and expanding the big grid, especially around the use of nature, vulnerability, and also the use of land. But maybe we also need to change the way we think when it comes to how we can bring in and phase in new energy, so that we don't really need to develop the existing national grid that much. There may still be bottlenecks, but to a lesser degree. But in order to get robustness built in and resilience, we also need a smarter grid, and also to phase in more power production in different areas that can also create resilience in the longer run. Well, also smart net and artificial intelligence that can also revolutionize the various aspects of society. Can we use AI to exploit the grid more? Yes, we have several early projects to look at the capacity in the grid, and there is probably a great potential for utilizing the current grid better. But this also means that the capacity into our area must be sufficient, robust. Dynamic development, dynamic operations, some things that we work on in order to use the capacity inherent in the system more efficiently. The balance net, we say that in many ways we have established a rather strong grid with good capacity. We have decentralized production capabilities, etc. But there is a missing link at the overarching level, and that is important in order to develop the entire society here. So, I mean, it's not possible to do all of this simply by new technology and artificial intelligence. No, I think that in the municipalities in eastern Finnmark, I believe that the energy consumptions are higher from fossil sources than in other municipalities. And if we are going to get them into the green transition, then it simply gives us an indication of how much more energy we need to develop on an annual basis. So what about the challenges? Because rain herding is a green industry. It's a cornerstone industry in Karasjok, for example, and we have the head of the rain herding grazing area 13, Marit Laila Antti. Welcome,
Velkommen, Marit. Og dere er vant
Marit,
til
and you are
Dere
used
har
with
vannkraftverk
power
allerede i
station
distriktet.
because you have two already in your area. Well, there are many challenges involved in having hydropower stations in your municipality. I mean, it's the uncertainty regarding ice and also the flow, because reindeer try to avoid power lines. And we had Adalfjord power station. It's a rather big power station, and there are constant regulations, and they are expanding with more activities, and that also contributes to the deterioration of our area. We can't use the area optimally. And the power station itself is some kind of a barrier. But now there are plans to increase production, and there are plans to buy a monster power line, the 420 kilowatt-hour lines that goes through our best grazing grounds that we use in the autumn. They're very important areas, and they kind of run straight through the district. So what will it mean? It will pose great challenges when it comes to using the areas on both sides of the power line. It means that the animals will try to avoid it, and you lose a lot of area just from the area that the power line will be mounted on. And you are all against it. We stand together and we oppose all the power production projects in our district. We have green conscious. We have already contributed towards green power in Finnmark. We have nothing left to give. And if that is the situation we face, Rune, if there will be no more power generation, we just put a lid on it, what will the impacts be on the area? Well, I mean, we're looking towards a green transition and to stop fossil fuel. So something we need to do it. Can you do it in a good way? It will impact society. But we also need to look at the alternatives. It's not a given that the power line needs to go exactly where it is planned now. It may be 3 times more expensive to relocate it, but there could also be other costs there. But you need good discussions to avoid area conflicts, and that you sit down to look at this jointly and find something that has both economic sustainability, but also a sustainability vis-à-vis the other industries and businesses. All right, let's go back to you, who are already involved in green businesses here. I mean, Rune showed many different power options from nuclear power to offshore and wind. I cannot give one opinion on this. We also hear that offshore wind is not always good. It's important for us that our rights are respected. But this power deficit, I mean, here the heading is what is the right pace for the developments. I think that we need to take a step back and look at the costs. The fact that we will get a power deficit can quickly result in a cultural deficit. There are probably peers who are here who have lost the opportunity to learn both Sami and Finnish, and we know how much pain that has caused people. And it is very important to also take social costs into account. Norway has also a huge responsibility for maintaining Sami culture and languages. And unfortunately, wind power projects impact a traditional industry such as reindeer herding, but also culture and language. Reindeer herding is one of the pillars in preserving and maintaining language skills. Yes, and there's also a lot of emotions here and history. Jens, how do you solve this in the future? Well, I mean, when I listen to her, clearly there are, but I would like to point to another dimension. The green shift is important per se, and it will also help benefit the reindeer herding industry. There are also biological or zoological opinions about the growth and growing of the Varanga Peninsula and also other natural aspects take into account. So my question is, what about taking a step forward instead of taking a step back? But we have also some common perspectives with the reindeer herding industry. They are important for our area. You talked about the dialogue that we need in order to both map out the challenges for their industry, but also what we can do in order to mitigate the impacts. The system we currently have for permitting and licensing is very good, and also in a good way take into account the various interests of stakeholders. But it is the system that we currently have that make us talk about lead times and also for a new power line until we actually get a replacement for oil and gas. That is 15 to 20 years.
But you're saying that we're not moving neither back nor forth. Well, that's my own time horizon that I apply. It's only 30 years within this industry, but during the 30 years, I'm looking at, well, they call it a monster grid line. Well, it's not bigger than what is necessary. It was addressed 30 years ago, and it's not even close to being completed, the 420 kilowatt grid line. But Mertlaila, do you disagree that we need more energy in this area? Well, I'm not an energy or electricity expert, but the way things are now, there is sufficient energy being produced within Finnmark County. I don't know what the future will be like, but I also think that how much pressure should you place upon a single group of reindeer herders? Should we really, for instance, have wind power in every district? We already have contributed towards this energy production, and I don't think it's fair that we, the reindeer herders, and we as the Sami people, because what influences reindeer herding also influences other Samis. There are also other Sami people who use these areas. This area is already being used. You can just imagine what would have done if one had gone down to southern Norway and found out in Hemsedal, well, there's a lot of wind, this famous skiing resort. But you have this industry there, you have skiing resorts and you have cabins. And what if they said that, well, this area is being used by others already, but unfortunately, you need to show some understanding. There will be wind turbines, and you have to have a peaceful coexistence between wind turbines and the skiing resort. And those who have these cabins, well, they just have to move out. Is this a point that we should take on board? We are asking for things up here. We expect things here up north that we would not expect further south in Norway. Well, I come from Western Norway, so I remember the discussion about the monster masts and the power lines there. So these are conflicts that are found in many places. It's not unique for Northern Norway, but of course, perhaps there is one livelihood that is directly impacted, reindeer herding, while in other places it's more like several different ones. But so it's unique in this context up here. But if you want to get somewhere, you need to establish a dialogue and look at the opportunities and possibilities. And as regards Troms and Finnmark today, production and consumption of energy are at a balance point. So if you're going to carry out the green transition, there must be a substantial reduction in energy consumption, and that has its own consequences. So how can we solve this? And it's not like this one route for the grids is the only alternative. There are also other alternatives. We need to look at costs, sociological costs, financial costs for the various stakeholders, and we have to try to work together to find solutions. Of course, there will always be negative aspects to all, but it's important to find a compromise that everybody can live with, and then good processes are important. If you look 10 years ahead, where would you like to be? What do things look like in 10 years? Well, if I look 10 years ahead, I envision that in many ways we have succeeded with the green transition. We can phase out the existing use of fossil fuels. We can have local production, and for instance, hydrogen as an energy carrier in Berlevåg. This maybe does not require more grid capacity in our region, but out from this region to others. And if you're going to look at a different grid structure that costs a whole lot more, well, then I'm afraid that in 10 years, that's a factor that will make it impossible to have all of the good elements and initiatives put in place here locally. And this is a rather urgent issue. There's an energy deficit in our region that is urgent to do something, but it's not too late, but we need to speed up. Marit Laila, in 10 years, where do you want to be? I want the reindeer herding to flourish so that the Sami culture also flourishes, because we are in a revitalization process now, where we try to recoup what has been lost. I want reindeer herding to be expanded as a renewable livelihood, that we should produce more reindeer meat, which is really healthy, and so that we can exploit the areas in a good way. And I also want us to preserve nature, the nature we find in Finnmark, so that too in the future perhaps can have more tourists come here, because I think that we here in Finnmark, we have something that few others have. We have silence. But is it possible that both of you can have your wishes fulfilled? Well, I can only speak from my reindeer herding district. It will be real difficult for us to do reindeer herding, and I think it's unreasonable to demand that we should close down our workplaces, which in turn might lead to the language and community in Karasjok being weakened, because it's within the reindeer herding that the Sami language has a very good and strong community. And if that is broken down, this will have consequences. It will have consequences for the Sami language in Karasjok, and there's a recent report stating that the language situation in Karasjok is bad. Karasjok is like a lighthouse for Sami language. So I want the Sami language to be revitalized, and that Sami livelihoods should be preserved, and a green development, but not in the same way. But this discussion, I hear, will continue also after the Kirkenes conference. Thank you for coming in, and thank you, Rune, for your introduction with regard to this topic. Now we're going to address a topic which is about the national awareness with regard to northern issues. It's Arild Trellevik who is going to return. Amund. Good afternoon. It's late, but we'll soon finish. I will invite 4 persons who in different ways contribute to defining the public debate. Please welcome This is the editor-in-chief of Nordlys, the daily. Kjetil Widsvang is a commentator from the Pink Paper, the Finance, Dagens Næringsliv, and Nils Røyne, head of Kirkenes Trade and Commerce Association, and Anki Gerhardsen, a commentator from the broadsheet newspaper Aftenposten. Welcome to Kirkenes. Helge Nitteberg, he was my boss. He was the one who hired me back in the days. And you are on the board of the press association just to establish the bonds that exist here. Nils Røyne, you're not from Kirkenes, but you live here. You are from Oslo, more or less, and you chose to move to Kirkenes a couple of years ago. You have 30 years of experience from the VG and Schibsted system. You have started up VG, the internet version. It's Norway's best internet newspaper. It's the most read one, at least. You have worked with TV, making free newspapers in Russia. You have worked in the Middle East, in Mecca. Now you're in Kirkenes. Why did you wind up here? It's because Kirkenes and East Finnmark is the most important part of Norway right now. And now it's really exciting to be able to work together with those who live and have worked here for many years, and perhaps bring some experience to this area to happen. Because you have no family bonds to Kirkenes, no. But I was here the first time when I was 14 years old. We took the Coast Express with my parents, and I have a friend called Vegard Ulvang, the famous skier, and he has influenced me, not with regard to my weight, but with regard to other things. So you chose to move here to work with this place. You call it the most exciting place. It's the most important and most exciting place in Norway where I can do a job. And with your media background, what is your assessment of how national media look at this place, Kirkenes? Well, if they had looked at it at all. Because what strikes you when you've been here for a year is that there's very little focus on what we have been through yesterday and today. And everybody says that Kirkenes and East Finnmark has an important role in the New World. What are you referring to? Well, what I've just mentioned. We are important. We've heard ambassadors, ministers. We've heard many people say that it's here. Here, we, in a way, meet the greatest change of all places in Norway, considering what has happened in the past 2 years. And the consequences of this are large. We hear this on different fronts, and we've heard that for the past 48 hours. But at the same time, I would say that the press, well, they have dropped by maybe the report once in a while, but there's no commentator to draw the big lines. If I had been a commentator, I would have focused these 2 days on their being. And we need a plan, an efforts plan that needs to be rooted in the East Finnmark Council and Kirkenes, the parliament and the government. That would be a title. That would be a long title for a news piece. Well, there are many cases here. We hear the prime minister was interviewed by the state Chinese news agency, and they say that we need to be there with regard to the northern maritime route. Kirkenes must be there. That's news, but where do we read about this news in Norway? So there are these major issues that I think that Norwegian press kind of say, well, we write about this place once in a while, maybe something today, maybe something tomorrow, but then this place disappears. So you want to have context and big perspectives? Yes, over time. Well, we have a commentator with us to your right. His name is Kjetil Widsvang. So what do you say to this criticism? Well, we don't write about it because we don't see it. When this happened, if it happened, if you had this big package of measures and progress with regard to different areas, we would have written about it, but nothing happens. It has to do with demography. You need really to have strong incentives to turn around the development we see here, and you don't have sufficient political will here. Of course, you could have had more nurses here if you offered them a substantial pay raise and annual holidays on the Canary Islands, but that doesn't happen. But you have the lack of attractiveness for people, and then you have the area conflicts, and nobody cuts through the issues, so we just have these conflicts going on. Well, you have a lot of cases for conflict. If you have a conflict in the media, then you need to have opposing interests, and then the media may be interested in writing about it. But nothing happens there either. There's no movement. Well, there's no commentator stating that this doesn't happen. Why don't you write this? Why don't you write that nothing is happening? Well, you say you don't want to write until something happens. You could comment on the fact that nothing happens. Well, not always. We don't write about the airplanes that don't crash. To give an example, Jonas Gahr Støre came with his big Stockman project after the turn of the millennium. And that was to become a very big project. Thousands of billions were to be invested in. He was going to build that together with the Russians. But for many reasons, it didn't materialize. The oil price fell, and there were political developments that came in the way. But of course, if that had been implemented and we had been here with enormous amounts invested, and if we had been politically invested in financing Putin's war, then of course we would have written about it. Well, this is just like referring things. Where's the fourth power? Where's the press? Well, according to the organizer, we have 20 journalists accredited to this conference. They said that's okay, it's not more or less than what they thought. Well, so they registered for the conference, but are they here? They're over there, it seems. Are you focused on Nord-Norge and Northern Norway and Kirkenes? We write about the conflicts and also the projects. We write about it all the time. And, well, it's about nothing happening because there are stakeholders and nothing happens because of conflicts. Now, you need to prioritize when you write about this. There are many important things happening in Norway and abroad. So isn't it logical that you give less importance to Kirkenes? Well, of course, now the media have to cut down on the resources they use, so they just describe things. And now with that, we've had these 2 days, and the world situation we have with preparedness, security, and all of those who have participated, also ambassadors from many countries, all of them say that this place, East Finnmark, is unusually important in what we could call the new world order, if you want to use the big words. It's a fact that we are an outpost and that is exposed to the consequences of the past 2 years. And with regard to my journalistic and editorial understanding, then you shouldn't only describe things. The 3 journalists employed by the local newspaper here, there are a few more within the entire Finnmark county, but like large media houses have many people, and they earn a lot of money, and they have an incredibly strong owner, and they don't invest in presenting the whole picture. And I think this is a big problem for all of Finnmark. It's a big problem for East Finnmark because we don't get legitimacy within the majority of population of Norway when there's no description of the entire situation. So you want to have more of regular reporting? Yes. I miss the editorial hand, and they call themselves the fourth power, and then you can't just refer to what others have said. You are flying back tonight, or what? Well, I see, I see. Now, your newspaper closed down their office in Tromsø. Are you going to open new ones? No, we don't have the money. We don't have the ad income. And how much does your group earn yearly? Well, we had a small profit, and we have cut down some editorial positions. So A-Media, Helge Witteberg, you are the editor-in-chief at Nordlys, a pretty big newspaper within the A-Media group of 100 newspapers, about 1,100 journalists, turnover 4 billion NOK per year. 8 out of 10 Norwegians live in a municipality covered by an A-Media newspaper. About 2 million read your newspapers daily. Do you feel that Nils Riemer's criticism is warranted? Well, if we look at what has happened in Finnmark in recent years, there have been some positive developments with regard to media coverage. Firstly, you have a pretty strong platform in Finnmark covering all of Finnmark County, which has been able to gather or to present a more coherent story about Finnmark than before, where perhaps there has been a division between East and West and people really haven't cooperated, so that's a good thing. And the media also want to strengthen their presence. A-Media wants to be stronger and more present in media, especially in Finnmark. But the further north you move from Oslo, the more difficult it becomes to recruit and keep journalists. I spoke with Arne Reginiussen, who has been an editor in Finnmark for many years. And what we hear all the time is that good people start working there, people from south of Finnmark. They stay 2 or 3 years and then they go back further south again. So how are we going to be able to keep competent people in Finnmark? Will continue to be a challenge. The Norwegian Broadcasting Corporation, they announced a vacant position. 7 applied for it, and maybe half of them were qualified. Those were just told that they should apply. Well, Alta is a different place, different from the rest of Finnmark. It's perhaps easier to keep the people who arrive there. But in the rest of Finnmark, it's a real challenge, and Nils probably also knows this. All qualified people is difficult. Nils, would you want to work for a media outlet in northern Norway? Well, I spent part of my youth in southern Norway, in Flekkefjord, and I've lived in Volda. So I've kind of done my service working in the provinces. But I did my military service in northern Norway. If you look at the quantitative figures and sizes, there's no county in Norway that has more reporters per 10,000 inhabitants than Finnmark. NRK Finnmark, the Norwegian Broadcasting Corporation, they have substantial resources and resources that can, even more than today, contribute towards bringing Finnmark issues to the national level. We have the Norwegian Broadcasting Corporation are the most important media outlet in Finnmark. And how can they raise issues from Finnmark onto the national agenda? And A-Media, we still have a large potential for coordinating and cooperating better. We also have the Nordlys newspaper, which can contribute towards the coverage of Finnmark and what happens in Finnmark, being given more attention regionally and nationally. How? We can cooperate on doing journalistic work, and then there was a major series of reports last year after the 1 year after the invasion of Ukraine, and many people read what we wrote at the time on the internet. But you agree that you don't cover East Finnmark in such a way so that not in the way that importance of what is happening merits. We can improve. I agree that Nordlys, if you ask specifically about the Nordlys, I'm talking about A-Media, the media outlet, not only the newspaper. Well, I can respond mainly on Nordlys. Are you going to cover the issues in Finnmark from the city of Tromsø? Well, we do a lot of... you have 3 employees from A Media here. No, that's not true. In South Varanger, you have both the newspaper Finnmarken, they have an office here, and this is the Sør-Varanger newspaper. So, and you have 2 newspapers on the internet, and they write a lot about the same things. They use the same database. So I stick to what I already said. There are 2 or 3 people working actively here. Okay, but let's lift our gaze. Anki Gardsen is an editor and commentator for the broadsheet Aftenposten. To what extent do journalists understand this and the conflicts here? Well, first let me tell you that I don't work a lot with Finnmark, but I'm a theater critic for Nordlys. I work in Bodø. I've worked a lot with Russian matters. I've been a lot traveling around. But if we're going to talk about the national press, everything that is stated here is correct. It's true. There's a lack of resources. There's a legitimate reason why you have limited capacities, as is being stated here. And also that here incredibly many important things happen that the press should be on to. What I find to be part of the problem is that when the national press write about issues in the north, be that in Kirkenes or in Bodø, where I live, it is characterized by lack of knowledge. It's like offhand work, and the width of sources is very limited. Often it's the same sources that are repeated when you have conflicts of interest here. And I don't have a lot of knowledge about issues of trade and commerce and policies. I work with art, culture, and media critique. So I see kind of other areas, problem areas than the ones that you address. But as regards the local press, the problem is that, well, this part of the country has no media outlet that feels the responsibility for lifting the gaze and looking at the entire part of the country. The national press keeps its distance. A Media, they have their spots filled with editors that are really local patriots, and they're kind of really locally centered. Nobody provides the general overview that is needed. And the health trust issue is a good example, because everybody wants to have their own local hospital, and it's difficult for the people to understand what big issues are at stake. And I would like to say something about the Norwegian Broadcasting Corporation. They don't have the difficult financial situation that both A Media and Dagens Næringsliv have, but they don't assume the responsibility for looking at the broad context. They look at their own issues and small issues too much. So we complain a lot about the local press. I've done that a lot as a critic, but the Norwegian Broadcasting Corporation should shoulder their societal responsibility in a much better way. Well, what is it that they cover and what is it that they don't cover? Because at Dagens Næringsliv, the financial daily, we have covered what happens in we covered the bankruptcy of the mine and the links to our prime minister at the time, etc. And we will most probably pay close attention to what is happening now. And we have looked at the reindeer herding conflict in depth, and we wrote quite a lot about it, but I don't know whether the people involved were happy about it. Who? The different circles. But you're not there to make people happy, are you? Well, no, but to build up the good basis for sources turned out to be pretty difficult. And in addition, we have a solid coverage of military issues and what happens here. And that's a growth industry, isn't it? It's almost like a gazelle. It's on one of these Well, it's like the funeral industry. The worse things are going, the better it is for the industry. Well, you have two big media outlets in Norway, at least, Schibsted and A Media. And NRK, the Norwegian Broadcasting Corporation, yes, definitely. But if we look at the wide areas that are covered by Schibsted and A Media, Schibsted, they are in Alta, but they're not here. They don't cover what happens here in any of the media. They have none of the commentators here. They don't write about this in Aftenposten or VG that can provide the long lines, the big perspectives. And they don't follow up on the news. And as regards the media outlet A Media, they have earned a lot of money for many years after they got a new owner, the DNB Foundation. So this is money from the foundation that has driven them forward. And now, 2 years ago, we had this conflict. You see that we have a lot to work about, yes. But this conflict has been going on for 2 years. And everybody says that there's an extreme situation that East Finnmark finds itself in. And you don't comment on this a lot. You don't follow this very closely. You have a few stunts in the local newspapers and in maybe Finnmark, the newspaper, and in Nordlys, but there's no general line here. And okay, let's address this. Maybe why you have Nordlys debate. Well, when the war broke out for almost 2 years ago, I thought the political editor was here commenting live from Finnmark, from Kirkenes, what had happened in Ukraine, and put it into a context. It has been so bad that both towards Maja and Skjalg Fjellheim, our former political editor, they asked, can't you also look at Tromsø from time to time, because they looked at Finnmark, at geopolitics, security policies, the entire northern Norway. So I really don't think that the criticism is correct. As regards a regional newspaper, that's an illusion. We'll never be able to establish a sustainable financial business model based on covering a bit here and there. Then there would be no money to invest in reports from Amund Tellevik, who wants to buy something from you as a freelancer, or Anki's theater critiques, or Nordland Debate. It's the fourth largest internet newspaper. Yes, Nordland Debate is where people debate Northern Norway, and it is going pretty well, isn't it? Well, we have about 25,000 rather active users on a daily basis. There are contributions from all of Northern Norway, texts, posts, lots of good material, also looking at large existential matters and minor issues. About 50,000 unique users are logged on to Nordnorsk Debate, Northern Norwegian Debate, on a weekly basis, and they contribute to the debates, which shows that it's possible to gather things and to have a platform where many can participate in the societal debate and see what's happening up north. But to turn that into a business model with regard to news journalism, that has turned out to be difficult, whether you're in northern, eastern, or western Norway. Well, Northern Norwegian Debate, Nordnorsk Debatt, is really important for the public debate in Northern Norway, which has pretty. But I'm not looking for more commentator material. I want more journalism, creative journalism, and I understand it's not a business model. But I believe that A Media and the Norwegian Broadcasting Corporation should assume responsibility for good journalism on the major issues like Health North, this Health Trust. We have many questions regarding Sami issues. So you don't enter into. The comments are heated also in Nordnorsk Debatt and also in the newspaper Nordland, but no journalist kind of pave the way clear the landscape, to explain what actually has happened, what is the current situation, who arrived first, who arrived last. They just leave this to the players that want to present their opinions, their strong opinions. And so they're letting people down. This leads to increased polarization. We need more journalism. And if you cannot make a regional newspaper, you should state that we will do something about these issues and we publish it in all our. Well, we could, maybe a media could speak with the Norwegian Broadcasting Corporation. Well, our experience when we've tried to cooperate with the Broadcasting Corporation is that it's like being with a battleship that tries to turn. We spent more time on our meetings than what we would have spent on doing this on our own. So unfortunately, I think that our paths will not meet as well as they should. Anki. Well, I do understand that point, and the Broadcasting Corporation, well, they have enormous resources in northern Norway, but I think it's strange that people don't demand more from them. They should have been represented here, actually. Well, the Broadcasting Corporation made something fantastic from Tromsø. It's weekend morning, and they raise debates from northern Norway, and that they are of interest for the national public. They have managed to do this from 7 to 8 or 10 resources from Tromsø. This is a success from Tromsø, and it functions at the national level. Maybe they could do the same in district transmissions on radio and TV, and then leave out some of the pop music programs. They should spend their resources on substance, and not spend all that much time on making texts that are to compete with thousands of other journalists. Well, we have all the media. They have to follow the rules for good journalism, and there we have rules on how the fourth state power of societal power, how they should act in society. And then, as is being stated here, they just describe and then they just facilitate a debate, the technical facilitation of public debate. Journalism is what I miss. There seems to be no money for it, or there's no priority for it. Well, it's difficult to have a media and others to understand that we lack the journalism for them to play the right role in society. But the media have three roles. Firstly, we are supposed to relate what happens, that is, describe reality, and then we have to interpret reality, and then we have an additional task of trying to influence it. I work on the part that, amongst other things, is to influence it, but that's not what is the main function of a newspaper. We are not revolutionary newspapers. We are a news organization. What are you going to write in your comment from this visit? Well, what has stricken me a bit, which I find to be interesting, is that what is being taken for granted, which has not been discussed. Now, it has been repeated time and time again here that it's important to have a population here because of security policy reasons. Why? People don't live in Greenland or northern Canada and hardly in Siberia, but nobody says that they are threatened by invasion or military areas. Is it because, well, okay, you have 200 kilometers of border with Russia, but the risk of invasion is not all that big? Well, this proves that he's not paying attention. If you haven't talked with the chief of police of Finnmark and the perspective on this, and the Norwegian intelligence service, well, it means that you haven't been here for a long time. Well, I've been here, so I did so a short time ago. But then you must have gotten other answers than what you're stating here. Well, I think this is an interesting question, a question that should be raised. But perhaps that's a good comment. And the question is, why should you move to Kirkenes if people tell you that soon there will be a war here? Maybe that is worthy of a comment. Yes, and what has been stated here, that things just go round and round, nothing happens. That might be interesting to raise. Well, do you know more than what was stated by from the Karelin Institute and the Nansen Institute? They say that the risk of war is being dampened by the Prime Minister, and you say that we don't need people here. That's not what I'm saying.
Well, firstly, I would say I would read that post because I'm really interesting about reading why do we need people living in Finnmark in order to safeguard the country. I mean, you shouldn't just cancel out journalism from this part of the country. I'm editor-in-chief debate arena that is also part of this. So they try to put questions important for Northern Norway under debate to try to find various aspects in order to shed light on some of the challenges we face in this part of the country. And also to try to remedy the lack of journalism that we see from other corners. Well, I'm just trying to advertise our services a bit. Yeah, I mean, you may curse the industry that we're part of, but in this county, all regional and local papers have increased the number of subscribers over the past decade. This means that the people want to be informed. They are willing to pay an amount of money in order to increase their knowledge, and we shouldn't undermine the importance that this has for Kirkenes and other smaller communities, because it's also valuable from a public security and residential perspective. All right, Mary, I mean, you, of course, also, we all agree that the media can do better, and we can take that with us when we leave here. Thank you.
Da skal vi gå inn for landing med det som I ferd med å bli en tradisjon her, og det at vi har en oppsummering fra en som har fulgt konferansen nøye I 2 dager, og som utflytter fra Kirkenes. Og han til daglig førsteamanuensis ved arkitektur og design.
Associate professor at the Oslo School of Architecture and Design in his normal job. Please welcome Einar Sneve Martinussen, because his summaries are becoming a tradition here at the conference. Oh, it's really nice to be here. My name is Einar Sneve Martinussen, and I'm the associate professor at the Oslo School of Architecture and Design. I come from the south, and I sometimes also work on projects here. And I also have the voluntary task, but proud task, to provide a summary here. What have we learned at this conference? What has provoked us? What has inspired us? And then you can also ask why I, as a designer, researcher, teacher, should have an opinion on all of this. Good question. Very often, my job is all about talking, ask questions, and as a designer and architect, you are always or often tasked with being critically optimistic, that you have an inherent belief in the possibility word better by doing a bit this and here. And I'm thinking that this may also be an important and valuable approach to the conference. Yesterday we learned that the High North is more important than ever. Again. I mean, we've learned this every single year. And I'm thinking this is good because if you accumulate this, we have never been any more important than we are now. But on a serious note, then we can't generalize this and say that, all right, we are there now. We have never been more important than now. We are changing. We are uncertain. 2 years ago, when I was here, first, someone wanted me to summarize the conference by giving a kind of fun summary. And this was, of course, something that also made an impact on people. Yesterday, we heard that the climate crisis and natural crisis means that tomorrow will not be anywhere like today. We heard a lot about geopolitics, both the public security, uncertainty, but also that uncertainty per se and also vis-à-vis Russia. Anything can happen will also drive the developments. But of course, like someone said, I mean, if we had a fixed answer, if we had a suggested rendering for everything, I mean, we would have asked for it. So there is an underlying uncertainty here. The way the High North, that are so important, are being talked about, discussed, help shape the room of action that we have. Very often, this is talked about in an arena elsewhere. Very often do we have this arena up north. But of course, here you see a map from Hans Ragnar Mathisen from 1990. They tried to illustrate the Sápmi from the north. And here, the north is the center. This is not kind of peripheral area that you may search for on the internet. But the most important thing that we've done here is to put it on the agenda and say that the High North is something that we've also heard that from other interventions when they talked about the New North. But the New North also means a new approach to learning and to knowledge. Education is a key, and information is very important. Elisa Åsnes and Ella Isaksen also said, all right, what are the basis for knowledge? What is the foundation for the decisions that we make regarding knowledge? We heard this morning that knowledge needs to be linked and be approached differently in the northern areas. But the knowledge that we really need is quickly absorb knowledge in order to get started. And then we also need to rig from what we do along the way. It's not, for example, something that you can just learn from big famous peoples in 20 years' time or so. But we need to learn along the way. Of course, I mean, we have talked a lot about new cooperations, and I mean, you wouldn't get a prize if you are able to summarize this. But of course, we hear a lot about cooperation and collaborations when we attend conferences, but we also hear that we can benefit a lot from regional and international cooperations. We also heard yesterday that there's a lot to be gained from cooperation across various layers of our society, local, regional, national. Cooperation is both about the participation in the world and also to build new things. But here, Jane Jacobs, one of the big critics of top-down, that cities have the capability of providing something for everybody, only because and only when they are created by everybody. And there is some truth in it there, even from our perspective. What is even more important when we talk about a new cooperation is a new context, because the High North means that we need to approach this in a different context. And maybe we need to also take a more overarching perspective on this and say that new context, new policy instrument, new realities are all interlinked. But it's very often in the space between all these that the opportunities are created. But also, like we heard Henriksen say yesterday, but that is also where challenges are created. And one exercise is good is to force yourself to see things in context. For example, across sectors, when we talk about defense policies, civil society, also look at sports, education, also health services, hospital services, and all those are important building blocks for the society that we want to create. And finally, is it always valuable to focus on the everyday life? And where are the challenges felt? Well, that is in people's everyday situations. That is where life happens. And I would propose that maybe the everyday lives and the framework of everyday lives would be a good perspective to take when we discuss this. And maybe we haven't shed enough light about this. We talked about the consequences that it may have on it. But here, Henri Lefebvre philosophy said that maybe the true deep human changes are those that impact everyday life. What does it mean? It means that the future society will consist of the lives people have lived, where they live, and how they enjoy life, what happens when they are old, and what they do in their spare time. And we heard the mayors talk yesterday about the importance of investing in civil society, and that you should also be able to realize your dreams, live good lives in the High North. Maybe we should also rename some of the measures to initiatives and not only focus on creating valuable local initiatives, but also how to sustain them, to invest, develop all forms of infrastructure. That may be important: defense, social, cultural, and also societal infrastructure. But if you look at everyday life as a resource for the High North, renewable resource, then, as we heard this morning, that it is important to have calmness in your lives. And with this perspective, I would like to thank you for your attention. Yes, my warmest thanks to you, Einar. And before we end the conference and then give the owner of the conference to address us with his final word, I would like to say that when we are in a situation where the Barents Corporation, that is really something, but remember that it's also a platform for us to understand and get information about the platform in Russia, for example, on human rights. We were able to point out problems for indigenous peoples, for journalists and researchers, because we witnessed this through Barents Working Group. And thanks to Barents Corporation, many young people in northwest Russia know that what they are told now, that the by the Nordic countries, are propaganda. And with these words, I would like to give the floor to the last speaker, to the owner, namely Orinor, and its managing director, Hilde Bjørkli. Thank you, Cyril. Organizing a conference like this is not a matter of course. We've had 50 people on stage during the past 2 days, and a lot of work and effort have been gone into this in order to host the conference. So we hope that you will another minute so that we can thank all those who have contributed. Cyril, please step forward. Our warmest thanks for your moderation. You've been here for several years. And dear Jonas Karlsbach, project manager of the Kirkenes conference, you've also made a formidable effort to realize it. Anne Figenschou from the University of Tromsø. We have Marit Jacobsen from the Barents Secretariat. Maybe she's no longer here. All right, yes, Marit is over. And Kim Stenersen from the Barents Secretariat. And we would also like to thank Nils Reine from Kirkenes Business Association. All these people have spent a huge amount of hours in order to compose the programs for this year's conference. And in addition to their efforts, in addition to these, we would also like to thank the rest of the program committee, who has spent hours with their insights and ideas. Magnus Melland from Sør-Varanger Municipality, Mayor. Bjarne Schenke Foss from University of Tromsø. Bente Hauge from University of Tromsø. Ola Øvretvedt from South Varanger Development and the Coastal Development Center. I can't see him, but Stein Mathisen from Varanger Kraft, the energy company. And Anne-Karina Markinsen from Finnmark County Municipality. And finally, a warm thanks to Thon Hotel Kirkenes for being the host, especially represented by Roman. And we would also like to thank South Varanger Municipality, who contributed with the technical services, the streaming, and also the music staff that contributed with the technical things. We have not set a date for next year's conference, but we